Yo, yo.
Oh, I still can't see you. I thought when we came in you were gonna switch to it, but I can't see you at all. I just see the OBS symbol.
Oh, well, there you
Oh.
go.
Oh, now I can see you. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
It's just weird to talk to a disembodied voice that I'm so used
There
to.
you go.
How you doing?
All right, not too bad, not too bad. How's it going?
My stupid dumbass shoulder is fine now.
Okay, cool.
I took my Tylenol and I took my Advils
Quick recovery.
and I'm all better now.
Nice. Okay.
Last week last week I mentioned that I had hurt my shoulder and you're like, how are you? Sorry, you said, how are you the guy coming in here with like bruises and injuries?
Mhm.
And I know because you had recently been in a fight.
Yeah, I've been in a fight. Yes.
And then I went and I took a look at that fight.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, how did you make it out of that without grievous injury?
Yeah, no, that
was crazy.
yeah, that was a real fight. So over on Versus Wolves, I fought John, and that was boxing. There's a little bit of Brazilian jiu-jitsu in there, and then just fucking hangman's field, final field punch, violent go.
So I have a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Because that was a long episode, and I'm like, no, I just want to skim this to get to the fighty bits.
Yeah.
That first round, why were you guys just punching each other in the dick for 10 minutes?
So in the
what the fuck is that? Why were you
in the gym?
Because I thought it was gonna be like, well, we're internet people, so not the face.
In the gym?
But then later the face, so that wasn't the reason.
Yeah. Okay, so in the gym.
Yeah, in the gym. You were just like all tummy.
Right. So that is called body sparring. And what body sparring is basically when people are amateur and generally beginning at sparring and you haven't done it much, you do body sparring as a way of like, you avoid going wild swinging for the head. A lot of people that are kind of nuts will just go too hard and potentially do serious injury to people. Or if you show up and you don't have mouth guards or protection or whatever. And body sparring is just to kind of get the fundamentals of moving around, and you can take more to the body overall than you can like to the head. And
I can take way more to the body.
Yeah.
Then like way more. I got it like when I was younger, maybe not, but now I got all this nice, help.
Right. And here's the thing is like, if you're going in there with people that are just, you don't know who you're dealing with if you're all beginners. And if someone just is like, and just goes full swing hard at your head and you're both beginners, someone can get seriously hurt really badly.
So I hold up my hand for a follow-up question. Yes. But isn't that cool as fuck?
Yes, it is cool if you agree.
Isn't that like
if you agree
cool as shit to do?
If you agree to take on this potential risk, then it's rad as hell, and you might get fucking get your bell rung, However, the legal responsibilities of a trained coach, who Coach Lou, we were over at UD Performance, he is going to be like, he cannot legally allow us to get in the ring without him sitting there, right?
Okay.
There are responsibilities that he's like, like gonna take for people that are beginners. And if you want to go in with like some headgear afterwards, which there was one round of that with John versus Command Grab James, you can take that, you can do that or so. But for the most part, beginners are supposed to body spar. That's what that was. And
okay, but I thought you were like not a beginner.
Well, no, when it comes to sparring, I'm absolutely a beginner. That's the thing, right? So confusing, but basically go ahead.
I have a question I've never asked you in my entire life.
Yep.
You're a big, tall guy. And I have never seen you like aggro up in anger in any context ever.
Okay.
Like just get unreasonable and like, I'm going to be big and scary. When you were like growing up, how many like physical scraps did you get into on average a year?
I got into many fights with, I mean, well, there's brothers and cousins, which is just like whatever.
No,
but
not
real,
that
real
shit.
fights at school type things.
I mean, like aggressive, violent, like attack fisticuffs.
Yeah, got into fights at school for sure. Not, I'd say towards the like middle to end of high school, there were like a pronounced 4 that stand out. But it wasn't. It was definitely, you know, there's a lot of random dumb kid shit overall, and then like I'd say between like grades 9 and 11, there were like 4 big ones I can think of. You know,
because like one of the things that I was thinking of when I was like watching this back and forth is like there's a certain aura that people give off that you don't give off, and I don't think I give off, but I have known people who do. When you talk to them and you like argue with them and you back and forth and you're like, you've never been fucking punched in the face. Like, you know that feeling?
Oh yeah.
Or like you've never had an argument escalate to the point where you got fucking rocked out of nowhere. And I feel like that's affecting your like view of the world.
Yes, the way you treat people is as someone who has not felt a fucking punch to the face. Absolutely.
And like also the other thing is that like people who have never been like fucking rocked, like I feel like they think they're gonna die if someone hits them. But you're not. You're just gonna be like, you're gonna make that no, you know, that noise.
Yeah, and I mean, depends on how hard you get hit and what it is, right? There's a difference between, you know, getting rocked with a raw fist versus like a glove, you know. And
I'll take the glove.
Well, so here's the interesting thing about gloves, right? There's a part in that video where like the coach is explaining, he's talking to us and giving us just like overall boxing information. One of those things is like the difference between MMA, bare knuckle boxing, and then like large like 16-ounce gloves or so is you would think that like the raw fist would be worse in a lot of ways just because of the idea of it. There's no protection. But the fact that there's no protection means the person swinging at you cannot swing as hard. And the damage they take themselves also means that there's a difference in how the pain hits and how the distribution of impact is. So for all these different reasons, what you end up with is a lot more cuts and like bruises from a raw, like a smaller glove or like a raw knuckle. But a large padded glove is just diluting all of that into a spread point, but the impact is much harder because you can swing harder, right? So there's more concussive force.
Breaking your hand is not fun.
Yeah, there's more concussive force coming at you with a large 16-ounce glove compared to bare knuckle, right? And so that's kind of the difference. If someone is on the street just swinging at you, you know, they can, unless they land a perfect good night like swing, you're not usually going to see someone go to sleep.
On the chin or the temple or something.
Exactly. But a large glove has a higher chance of doing that for sure. And yeah, so that what you kind of saw was just some body sparring at first, and you know that's what that was. And then afterwards, looking back at that, and then you know some of the pre-release kind of like hype and stuff, it was like we can do better, we can go further than that. And then that was a decision to like take it to the field and go for real.
So you also had the middle part, which was y'all were doing BJJ.
Yeah.
And I'm not super familiar, but apparently John is more into that shit.
Yes, he's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy
and that is definitely apparent.
Yep.
Watching that video.
Yep.
So I have a question for you on a strategy perspective. I want to know what you were thinking when you were trying to out footsie Daigo. So I watched that because like when I'm decades out of date. The last thing I ever did was I was like 15, 16, right? But like I noticed that you kept trying to grab his leg, right? Probably for a sweep or like an ankle lock or something like that, right? But I noticed that when you would go in, you would like completely open up your body and offer your head to his arms and get caught like that in a just a standard choke. And then you'd be a really big man and like you would take like a really long time to tap, and it doesn't look like that long on the video. But as somebody who's been in that choke, that is you took a weirdly long time to tap, and I'm wondering if you had like a strategy with that. You were gonna like offer yourself up and then get in there and then like tickle his balls a little bit, and he would giggle, and then that would give you the opportunity to get in. Something. Did that just not work out?
So what the black belt, the command grab James taught was essentially I learned like
just a little tickle. Just no.
I learned 2 moves, and the second of which I forgot, which was it's a grounded thing where you kind of it was a whole flip thing, and I was like, yeah, I don't remember. So the only thing I really knew was just a double leg takedown, which is a type of thing you could do, and when you're rolling with somebody, it's rolling Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is what you're doing. There's a whole lot of things you're thinking about, and if you can go like, I caught you off guard, tackle you to the ground, that's a good way to like get the advantage. But if you're
unless somebody knows that you can just
somebody's been doing it for a lifetime, and they've got their belt, and they're like oh well, the counter to this is to then do that, and it was funny talking about it after the fact, because like Shane Foxcade, who's also a big boy,
he's a big boy.
Yeah, he also had a role, and like his role lasted way longer than anyone else's. Like he was doing it for like 7 minutes while we all went for like 3 or 3.5. And the difference was he kind of like just stayed sturdy and didn't offer anything, any limbs or any part. He didn't do much. He kind of just made it like you're gonna have to roll me around and open me up because I'm being defensive, And
yeah, don't bend.
And the thing is that ultimately, like, that is, you can do that. It'll take longer, but the person who knows more will ultimately win, because Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is one of those things where it doesn't matter if you're bigger or smaller. Little girls can make big men tap, right?
So,
but there's an important part. There's an important second part to finish here, which is when you don't know what you're doing at all, which is me with this thing. There's a trying stuff out and finding out why it doesn't work teaches you more.
Yeah, right.
So if I'm going to stick my arm out to grab you behind the head or something, and you're going to go, no, you don't, I'm going to learn from that attempt. But I'm the kind of person who's like, well, let me go for it to learn what that is.
So this is a question specific to the area that you guys were doing this in. What were the rules on like knuckling the face?
Yeah.
Or finger bending?
Okay, so it was not an MMA fight that we were having. It was not full on mixed martial arts. It was just Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which focuses on grappling, holds, and things like that.
I'm talking about grappling. I'm describing knuckling the face, not punching.
Okay.
Like just scraping your knuckles against somebody behind their ears. Up in their neck.
Yeah, I don't think that's okay. According to the rules generally. The other, however, is okay. I think you can absolutely grab someone's arm and or wrist and twist it. And at one point, when John, who's a blue belt, is fighting Karan James, who's a black. And later, and he kind of described, he's like, oh, the difference between, John said, I am closer with no experience to him at blue than he is to black, right? It's exponential. Right. And at one point, James grabs him by the wrist and just does this, and then you just see him fall over and go, and he goes, I'm taking your belt away. And he's like, don't put that in the video, right? Because it's essentially something that is so beginner and so easy, but when you're afraid of a billion other high-level things, you forget about this one basic thing. So you're allowed to do that, but you shouldn't fall for that if you know what the fuck you're doing and you've been doing this for a while. To go back a second, though, with boxing, essentially, so the gym that I was at, and then like this is like a newer location that the coach kind of moved to, but the gym I was at is one that has like a large class, and when I was going, essentially the place is set up so that they're training like people that go to like Golden Gloves, which is like exactly, it's like real champs are going and going as far as possible. Olympic boxers are coming out of there too as well and stuff, right? So a lot of smaller gyms are kind of like, you get in there, you punch around with some people, you do some mitts and some drills, and then they're like, okay, get in the ring and spar. Whereas here, it was kind of like, yo, we're not going to waste our time with people. Like if you're not serious about this in a way, sparring is meant for people who are trying to get to that next level. That's kind of the
and we got people working here, all right?
That's the kind of impression I got, especially with a large class, and like not wanting to waste time with people that are kind of just coming in, and especially if you're just coming in for like, you know, cardio or something like that, then it's like, yeah, we want people that are they're looking for people that are trying to compete or so. And so with that, it was always something that was like, sparring was, I'd love to get to that point, but I'm not there. I'm the person that's there doing the drills, doing the mitts, kind of working the bags, essentially hitting the lab, you know. And there would be like, you do like little drills outside where you and the other person would like, you do like a light sort of spar outside or so. But as far as getting in the ring experience and going for it, I had not done that. The only time I'd done it in the past was when I went to ComboCon, and HDM Executioner had us a gym, and he's like, yo, get in the ring, let's do it, you know. But overall, that's the lopsided thing, is like, while I've been at boxing classes and messing around and having fun with that and doing drills for years, full-on sparring experience was not something I had.
So you said the word lopsided, which actually brings me to my next a question, which is like, it's the question I've been thinking of over and over, and I wasn't going to ask it until the fight was over. What is the weight differential between you two guys?
I don't know how much he weighs, but
are you for real with that?
I don't know how much he weighs, but it's probably a decent one. Yeah, it's probably big. You know, I would imagine I have anywhere between 40 pounds or so on him, and
okay,
you know,
I'm under the assumption, I know you're taller. I know you're significantly taller. And I was under the assumption that you weighed proportionally more because you're much taller, right? Which means I have to give all the kudos in the world to John, because you, as the bigger, stronger opponent, risk like all pride and can like win none back, because if you did win, it would be like beating up children because of a small person.
Well, that's not how size works.
Not as much as if you beat up me, because how much pride could you feel in that?
But that's not how size works, and that's not in this case as well, with like sparring, when you're going into like a match where you're effectively like, there's no knockouts here per se. It's like we're moving, we're throwing punches, we're landing hits, but like at no point am I attempting to like rob his conscience. So there is a factor that's more about like how many hits you're landing and how cleanly you're landing them than it is about how hard you're landing that hit and whether or not the person is completely shut out as a result of it, right? That goes into how we handle that.
I don't understand what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that in that last fight, we weren't swinging at 100% because that's stupid.
It's stupid. It's a fight, Wooly. It's fun to see the man fall down.
Okay.
Don't you got any showmanship?
The showmanship was certainly getting out there and going for it as best as we could, with and also going like, all right, like the reason why coach wants people body sparring in the ring, the reason why people are generally doing this with headgear and such, is because again, when you don't know what you're doing and you're swinging your fist out there like an idiot at full fucking you know, at going 0 to 100, those are the people that like get really hurt, are really dumb, are really ignorant, and are not taking it responsibly, right? Like there's some, like when it comes to boxing and trying to do it with you know, like all bits aside, like you're a fucking dumbass if you go out there and do that. Like that's bullshit. And furthermore, that would, if I were to go out there and do that and actually like just be the person that people in the gyms are making fun of, that are making YouTube video compilations of acting like an asshole, like it would be so disrespectful to like that coach and that gym and everybody involved in, you know what I mean?
No, not in the gym. It would be in the field where no one can tell you to stop.
Okay, all right, sure. It would be crazy, like actually to go out there and be that asshole, and like I don't know if I'd get uninvited, but
how are you an asshole if it's a mutually agreed bout in a field?
Right. Okay.
Like, no, hold on. If you showed up and John's like, let's spar, and you're like, okay, and then you fucking try and knock his head off, that's different. That's ridiculous. That's totally insane. But like, I have to tell you, coming from a place that like when I was in high school and my fucking martial arts class got invaded by adults in their 40s, and my sensei was like, yeah, just be better and fight them. And like adult man was like throwing 120-pound 5-foot guy me over the fucking wall with no gloves and like just getting raw. I'm like, yeah, okay, you get your fucking you just handle it.
Okay. Well, yeah, we decided to treat it like boxing and, you know, get in there and spar head and body and not try to do permanent damage. Ultimately, there was blood drawn, you know.
Did you consider blading at any point? if we're gonna like tone it down for the show, could you have considered like,
I mean, I don't know,
like walking out on fake crutches?
I don't know if you want real answers or bit, but like,
hey, there's no bit here.
Okay. Well, in any case, yeah, ultimately, well, you know, once you're sparring and you're you know, essentially like moving and hitting and landing, and you know, points are a factor. So there's also no ring, certainly, so you're kind of just like in this wild open space.
Yeah, you were at like a massive disadvantage due to no ring. Like once I saw that you guys were in open field, I'm like, well, you're the larger opponent with longer arms. A ring would do you a lot of good, actually, certainly, in that situation.
Certainly. Yeah, but in any case, you know, there was already a level of like, okay, if we're gonna go back for that final round, and the most responsible way to do it would be to, like, you know, get back into the ring and get the headgear and go for it that way. That was not possible within the recording schedule time we had, so we made do with the field, and I thought that was cool in the end.
Is that the field near Verdun?
It's out there, yeah. So
okay, I actually grew up next to that field. That's super weird.
Yeah, there's a nice view of the city from out there.
Because I saw you guys out there. I'm like, I used to go to the park near there when I was a little baby.
But yeah, that's in the end. And in the end, like I said, you know, there was some blood drawn, but that was not the intent, certainly. But ultimately, we did want to like go for it, and yeah, and there's a feeling to it certainly as well, where like even if you're not going at 100% of a swing, there are moments where you are moving in the wrong direction. And you are moving into something. Oh yeah,
you multiply
right?
it.
Yes, exactly. So the difference between hitting a parked car versus hitting a car in oncoming traffic, the oncoming traffic version of that happens while you're sparring anyway, right? Which is why you still need to put a mouthpiece in, which is why you still need to be careful, and why you still need to be aware that like you can actually get knocked out, you know, if you're moving into something coming at you the opposite way. But yeah, overall, there's also like the main thing that like you get better at too is like that kind of footsie skill of like reacting to what's coming at you and like moving quickly and getting your counterpunch in, or like, you know, feeling out what they're doing and looking at their shoulder and stuff. There's a lot of that you're kind of like, that's getting in there. It's not just a big dumb fucking Walmart fight, but like there's parts of that where you can focus on and the technical and improve by kind of sparring like this, I guess. You know?
I do have a non-blood sport related follow-up question, which is, since you guys did like a boxing style first round and an MMA, a BJJ style second round, did you ever consider doing a like open gloves MMA thing for the third round,
where it's a mixture of both styles? That
because that's what I thought that third round was going to be.
There was a thought for a second about that, but the reality of the situation is like, whereas John and I both have some boxing experience, I have zero Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu experience, like literally none. It was just a funsies thing added onto it, right? Because Command Grab James, who is the BJJ guy, was here and was like, yo, come to my gym, let's have some fun. And it was like, okay, yeah, let's do a thing out of that. But ultimately, the challenge I gave John months ago was to go check out a boxing class. And he had...
Yeah, and that's how this just escalated infinitely.
Well, he took to it and continued going like multiple times a week, you know, with goals in mind.
Mm-hmm.
And but like me, I'm like I didn't have that necessary interest to go become a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu like roller, you know, or player. So that wouldn't have that was the BJJ side of things is honestly just me flailing like a fish, going like, all right, how fast can you tap me out if I'm doing some random shit?
I think, Wooly, that your sense of fair play is a bit overactive, and that the way you structured these fights put you at an inherent disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think I get that, but part of the fun was saying, yeah, fuck it, let's go. You know, I think from the jump, the moment it was like, yo, I've been sparring and practicing and going hard, let's do this. And I was like, oh, I haven't been doing anything and I have no sparring experience, but boxing is cool. Fuck it, let's go for it. You know, and I got in there and I was like, yeah, let me just see what this is like, you know, but I'm absolutely that was what it was. And I had no illusions about getting in there and thinking like, oh yeah, my reach and all that are gonna make up for it. I'm like, no, I've got no cardio, I've got no gas, I'm not an athlete. Are you frozen? Uh-oh. Hold on a second. BRB. No, you're back. You're back. There we are. Okay. Yes. So, no, make no mistake. Like the moment that that was thrown down in it, and you know, John was like, "Yo, I've been boxing and sparring a whole bunch, and I'm getting into it." And also, he's a Taekwondo black belt as well, and has fought in competition for that before he became a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu blue belt, and has like you know, a lifetime of like fighting experience. And it was like,
absolutely,
I was kind of like, oh yeah, no, I have none of that. I have terrible cardio, I'm out of shape and don't know what I'm doing, but this is, I think this is cool, so let me just throw...
But you're bigger.
Yeah, so let me just throw myself into this and see what happens. But I know for sure that I'm not going in like... Yeah, I know that for sure I'm not going in necessarily at anything besides a size advantage, but perhaps you're overestimating what size advantage means in the grand scheme of life in the world.
No, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not.
Okay, well,
Wooly, look at the camera with the tiny man on it. Trust me.
But the part that it seemed, but
everyone I've ever scrapped with in my entire life was like a foot taller than me.
But if there are also people that are scrappers, and or if there is if there's a fight where you're trying to end the person versus something where it's like more of a sport, and or something like jiu-jitsu where small people regularly tap out larger people because the nature of it,
of course,
is limbs and weight transfer and a whole bunch of other technical shit going on. It's not just this, you know, David and Goliath situation, you know, every time, and there's more to it just being like, you're bigger, you're heavier, therefore you should always win, you know?
No. What I'm saying is, you're bigger and heavier, therefore you should have organized these bouts
to be in my favor.
No, not your favor, but it'd be like, it would allow your natural advantage to work, because in an open field, John can and did consistently back away from your longer reach, which he wouldn't have been able to do if he was in a ring, because then you could have crowded him,
sure,
and then get real close and give him a hug.
Yeah, and in the body sparring match, actually, I did walk him down to the corner a couple times, and like I kind of tried to lock him in there, and I was like, ooh, I can use that to my advantage while trying to get like take one and give one for sure. But no, the thought about like how to organize it and set that up and stuff wasn't really, there wasn't much put into that either. I just kind of knew, I'm like, yeah, I have this much gas in my tank. It's significantly lower, you know, and I have this much experience as well, and I'm just gonna go in there and have fun, you know? I'm gonna go have fun. That's kind of what it was. And I wasn't really putting all that there, you know, forward, because I kind of just wanted to enjoy the exchange, which I felt like I did. That being said, this is the literal definition of got some good hits in, though, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Got some good hits in there. Took some as well. And I kind of was interesting watching back on it and kind of seeing like, oh, I have some tendencies. I have some things where I'm like, oh, one thing I kept, like a couple tendencies were like, sidestepping and like going for a hook, and then a couple times I'd go for the sidestep to set something up, and it worked about half the time or so. Dropping my arms.
I'll give you a massive prop. You did not do a weird little spin.
I did not do a weird little spin.
You did not do a weird little spin.
And I mean, again, and this is like, meanwhile, Command Grab James was doing literal fucking Mashiba like flickers, crazy shit. Yeah. But no, I did, and I did not slip at any point with that either, because I'm also like just being like, don't embarrass the fuck yourself or the gym or any of those places. Just keep it basic. Don't try to do anything crazy and stupid and fucking fall out and have your balls out.
So like this. There was like multiple months of like abject confusion from me that I guess this is just the way my brain works. I was talking to Paige about this. I don't know what Woolie's doing. He's scheduling a fight right before the birth of his child. What if he like breaks his arm or gets like a serious concussion? Like, wouldn't that be like really like a bad time for that?
It would, and that would be why sparring was generally the approach we took, as opposed to.
So what you're saying is that if it wasn't for the birth of your child, it wouldn't have been sparring. It would have been like bare knuckle dukes in a pit.
I mean, realistically, regardless of kid, I don't know that as somebody who talks for a living, I'd ever want to fully go down the road of taking a lot of head blows for
it's not that
long term. Well, ask the football players and various punchy retired boxers how they feel. Yeah, so there we go. Right, like again, bitter reality. Right, I love boxing and I think it's really cool, but I also don't know that it would be great for me long term to walk into a situation where I'm getting hit up in the head constantly, and I don't think that you would necessarily see the effects right away, but over time you would, that's real, man. And not to mention, of course, that like the time it takes to dedicate to get that good and to take it to that level is also like, okay, well, goodbye, YouTube.
Oh, but it's way more fun if you guys are just total amateurs and you just do no training whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, that, I mean, there's drills, there's mitt work, there's bags, there's shadow boxing. But at the end of the day, like, real sparring against somebody is like, it's completely different from all.
Hey, listen, Woolie, you're a longtime friend of mine, and I love you, and I want to tell you that I support you in any fight that you take. But I also want to tell you that I respect you enough to let you die in the ring.
Good.
Okay.
No towels thrown.
No, you got in there and you knew what you were doing. Yes. And I would never steal that from you.
100%. I'm glad to hear it.
Ever.
Thank you.
I would also like to say I don't plan on fighting anybody in the future, but if I do fight someone and lose, I will die in the ring.
Okay. Okay. I will take that into account. And if I need to, the towel will actually be a pillow to just make sure that your final resting place is here.
If we haven't gone 12 rounds minimum and I'm on the floor, just piss on me and throw me in a ditch. It's what I would have wanted.
Yeah, perfect. Oh, man.
And I feel like you're the only person I know in my life that knows I'm telling you the truth. You're the only person I've known for long enough, and I heard me say the dumbest things in the world, that if I tell you, if I get into a fight of some kind of spectacle, pull all the rules off and let them break my legs.
Yep. I will encourage the ragdolling of your corpse afterwards.
Thank you.
There we go. Yeah. No, 100%.
It'd be so cool though
It would be. It would be so cool. It would be
because like I'll be in the hospital and I'll be like, you should see the other guy, and the therapy dog will be on my lap.
Man, those views would go crazy. If you,
this therapy dog.
Yeah. No. There is a obviously it goes without saying, but there's a whole lot you learn about yourself in the process of getting physical, and pushing it. And it's like when I'm seeing, I've been bringing him up, but Command Grab James and like the seeing like how he moved and like how he did that head.
That's a good nickname.
Yeah, pretty solid.
That's a good one.
How he did that headgear match and everything. I kind of was like, oh, if we just stopped and put out like if we just had this body sparring footage after building up all of this, like,
oh yeah, you needed more.
Could you imagine the wet fart?
Oh yeah,
of just like, all right, here you go.
I think going to the grappling,
you know,
is a really good follow up to that, because, you know, punching and kicking and, you know, pads and whatnot. I mean, your neck getting choked out or your elbow being bent, that sucks.
Oh yeah, and it
sucks ass.
And every time I got tapped, or multiple of us got tapped with a Kimura, it's called, a move where you're just swinging the arm back, and he would see that and go, I can't look, and he would get really, really squeamish, and we're like, oh, did you like feel that one time really badly? And he went, no, I did it to someone and they refused to tap, and the difference between like tapping and breaking is an inch.
That is respect.
And he was so squeamish after doing that once to somebody who didn't tap that he's like, I hate this move. I can't look. I can't deal.
What?
You know? Because like once you feel doing that to somebody, then
you get to walk around the rest of the day with a heart on.
No.
Like what?
Or you never unfeel it, or the memory never goes away.
Wife pregnant. It's go time.
Yeah,
I just damaged a person.
All right, you know. Like he was getting so like squeamish about it because he's like, I've done that to people and it's fucking broken, and he hates it. Because that's not what you want to do. And you'll notice there's a thing here. You'll notice like people who are really, really good at fighting and confident in that are the nicest, kindest souls.
Oh yeah, they're very sweet.
With nothing to prove. They have they walk around with like feather weight on their chests because they're just like, yeah, we're just like, we're chill. Everything's chill. If anything steps out of control, it's not, because I'm in control. Everything's fine. You know, other people getting heated and shoving and butting and barking loud and whatever because they have no control over their situation or what's happening, and they don't know what's going to happen. So that fear is coming out as anger so that they don't lose any fucking, ball points. But when you are absolutely confident, you can just smile and chill and have no malice whatsoever in all of these situations. And that's how he is, you know? So yeah, he's the kind of person who's like, with a smile on his face, rolling people around, flipping them over, and being like, woo, hey, nice hands, let's go. And like, he sounds like he's having fun while absolutely massacring and mauling people.
You know, playing putt-putt with a 4-year-old. You're like, oh, good shot, buddy.
That's it. But you're hurting each other, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't see it up close, but like, his ears are the flattest cauliflowers you've ever seen.
I love it.
Like, it's that sign of like, oh, that the ears tell you. The ears tell you everything you need to know.
This is like slightly tangential. Do you know that in the TikTok fitness community, there is a trend that the Gen Zs are doing where they have their buddies drop weights on their ears?
Boy, so that's not new.
To fake having cauliflower ears.
So that's not new. That's been pre-TikTok.
Oh yeah. It's new to me.
That is a MMA gym bro move, or just it's not even that. You could just rolling it on the mat, right? Doing a lot of ear rolling on the mat to like falsely get that ear. I mean, listen. Have you ever seen synthol? Do you know what synthol is?
Yeah.
If you look up synthol, people are willing to do that to their bodies. So there's no surprise behind people forcing cauliflower ear in mine, because if you just, there's motherfuckers that want big muscles so badly that they'll inject themselves with liquid shit to make their arm look like a balloon, and it's horrendous.
You know what? Good for them. Fuck it.
It's illness, dude.
To have a bee deflate them.
It's fucking illness, you know? People are willing to do that. So of course they're
don't yuck their yum, Wooly.
Oh, yeah. Man.
If they want to be mentally ill and deform their muscles,
and then it melts or pops, and then all the worst things happen, you know?
Then it's cool as shit.
Oh, man. Yeah. So anyway, I got into a fight, and you can go check that out if you'd like, if you want to go see me getting
So you
punched.
did get popped a couple good times. I saw John got you a couple, like, in the kisser.
More in the.
Did you suffer any bruises from that at all?
No. He got me more to the body. Couple to the head, more to the body. I think
it's a little hard to tell with the body because you guys were wearing, like, bluntly, like you guys were wearing clothes.
Yeah.
So it's a little more difficult to tell.
So the amount of headshots we got on each other was closer to even, but he got way more to the body on me, and I kind of was like walking through them at first, and then I was like, he got one where I was like, oh, okay, no, stop walking through these. You know, there's the one where you see me go, ooh, right?
Yeah, you got a good old horf.
I get a horf out, and then you see me drop my hands, you're right. And then there's another one. There's a couple of those where there's hit reactions where I go, oh, the gloves come down, you know. And like, yeah, gloves coming down. Like there's the bits where you're kind of like you can. Your arms are tired, you know. So I'm just like, okay, I'm defending my head more than anything, and I'll be willing to tank some to the body until you're not willing to, you know. But no, I was fine. By basically about an hour afterwards, I was like, okay. I felt like a little bit of ringing, you know, and popped a Tylenol, and then by that night it was all good. He was feeling it way more, surprisingly.
You know what that means? That means you won. That means you won.
The next day, his head and his arm, he was talking about like how he was like still kind of feeling some of that, and I was like, oh shit, okay.
That means you won. 100%. 100%. You conclusively won.
There's no life bars.
Damage received versus damage given. That's the come on.
There were no life bars on screen. Yeah.
If you had kept going, then you would have concluded. You stopped the fight too soon.
If we kept going, I would have been a sweating, heaving mess because I was like gasping for air.
Use the sweat.
Oh man, cardio is rough, boy. Anyways, and
on a timeout, guy with less life, they lose. That's just like that is. Like, come on, that's easy.
The last 10 seconds or so, like my hair falls down, and you can see me in burnout.
That's
like being like,
that's weird.
Oh fuck!
What you're supposed to do after the fight is when you ask somebody how you doing. Never felt better.
Yeah. You just
I feel great.
See the other guy.
Like, oh, it's like what? It's like, oh, I feel I should go work out more today.
Oh man. Gasping. I pushed initially the thought was 3 rounds, and then I was having so much fun I said let's do 4. And then I said fuck it, let's do more. Let's keep going, you know. But yeah, the ability to build that up is the most important thing I would say, and I felt myself having fun, but also like mad at my body for reaching its limit. It was such it was a dumb anime moment, but it really was like, damn it, I'm starting to fucking go here. We're starting to get warmed up, and I can't move my legs or arms anymore.
You know what you can do? You know what you can do to help with that?
Yeah.
Just start pissing your pants.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Because the adrenaline from the embarrassment is gonna really just help you push through.
Oh man, yeah. I wonder what the ref has to say about that. I wonder if.
Well, there was no ref.
Right. True. There is an adrenaline dump, by the way, and Command Grab told us about that. But like, there is a definite like about 30 seconds in, like armor where you don't feel much, you don't feel anything really.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, because your brain's on, and then it's gonna go down. Which also you feel when you're getting tattooed.
Ideally, you would have wanted to have won by that point.
Yes, you would want it.
Like in the ideal world,
right? But hey, you know, this is not fucking Takamura or Tyson, for that matter, where the impact, the strength stat doesn't mean much in a hit counting fight, right? So. Anyways, that was that.
Did you go through the trouble of like counting every single hit over all the footage?
No. I mean, I by the end of the 5 rounds, I knew he touched me way more than I touched him, and I was like, yeah, that's that, you know. Ultimately, it was one where he was like, yeah, he was kind of like, it doesn't even matter or so, but I'm like, yeah, no, but you know, you got me. Like I can feel the tally if there were judges.
So we have a question from the audience from one Peach Saliva asking, when you were getting hit and feeling pain, did you goon during the fight to distract yourself?
Oh man, that is the good tech, isn't it? Unfortunately, I am not Hisoka, so I did not. You know, like as much as I love the idea of the combat sexual, yeah, it wasn't working in this particular one. I was a little too locked in there. But you know, like it might have happened subconsciously. I might have not been paying attention. I don't know, you know? Oh god. And for the record,
did you check?
For the record, the gooning tech, so the tattoo gooning tech. My impression is that, under my understanding, is that gooning implies like you have to actively do it, right?
Oh yeah.
Gooning requires like
you didn't make many clarifications, so it was left to everybody's imagination.
Okay. Because yeah, my impression is that gooning requires like actual physical activity to be occurring, as opposed to just like
depends.
To, you know, mind palace, you know.
Depends on where your Kegels are at.
Okay. Because yeah, I if you can, if the definition of the modern goon to me has come to be just edging it for hours, just nonstop, right?
So I don't know if you know this, but in terms of follow-ups on the storyline here on CSB called Don't Tattoo Me, I'll Come, we had someone in this audience decide to give it a shot themselves.
And how did that go?
Not effective.
Okay.
They didn't find it particularly effective. Though what was really funny is they posted about it on the subreddit and didn't get any traction and immediately fell off the front page, but me and Paige saw it and recognized the name, and the next time they came into my stream I was like, you, I saw you gooning during your tattoo. We're very embarrassed.
Yeah, again, if just going into your mind palace counts as gooning, then I suppose. But you know, if otherwise you're just meditating your way out, then I don't know what to call that. Sorry to hear that didn't work for you, buddy. You know, maybe your Rolodex sucks. maybe the replays were not that great.
Wow, that's quite the call out. Wow.
I'm sorry if you don't have any 5-star replays ready to go.
That person's husband is listening to this right now, by the way.
You know, if your best material just isn't gonna cut it,
God.
then I don't know what to do.
Oh my goodness.
You know, damn, sucks to suck. Anyway, what's going on?
Well, I'm glad you had fun, buddy.
Yeah, definitely. Had a lot of fun. Loved it. What's going on? Let's switch over, because I got a couple things, but
yeah, well, no, let's keep rolling with you, because we're on the Wooly show right now. What's going on, man?
Okay, so besides fighting, there was a couple
sparring.
Besides sparring, and then getting flopped around like a fish. There was a couple of Fantasia movies that I wanted to catch that's going on right now, and that's the Montreal Film Festival that comes every year, and you talked about it a couple times, and shout outs to them. Got the cool little Fantasia shirt going. It's cool.
Nice.
Yeah. So this year, one of the ones they had was All You Need Is Kill, which is the original story that Edge of Tomorrow is based on. Exactly. Right. But this is finally animating the source material. Studio.
Oh, they made an anime movie about the Tom Cruise movie?
So it's such a confusing series of adaptations.
Sure is, isn't it?
Okay, because and it really should have been called Live, Die, Repeat. Like, it should have been called that, right? Let's be real. I
kind of love the name All You Need Is Kill.
That's great myself. Too. But like compared to Edge of Tomorrow, right?
Oh, terrible.
Which that could
just go
Edge of Tomorrow. I'm like, is that the one where like the world has a big tidal wave?
Is that the one where Robert Pattinson gets hit by 9/11?
Yeah, like is that where the world just has a big old natural disaster? Because that's what it sounds like, you know? Anyway, so the light novel was one thing, and I checked that out back in the day. I mean, honestly, like years ago. I think I talked about it on Friendcast, right? And then there was a manga adaptation of that light novel, and then there was the Tom Cruise Edge of Tomorrow adaptation, and now we're going back to the light novel and turning that into an anime. And it was Studio 4C who animated that, and they're the folks who did Kid Story and Detective Story in the Animatrix. Really, really talented studio. Tech on Kid Crete and the Golden Age arc of Berserk, Spriggan, etc. You know, very, very cool. And surprisingly, going into this, all right, let's see how the source material holds up in animated form all these years later. They changed that shit again. And
really?
Yeah, and they made a huge narrative swerve on what is happening, because are you familiar with besides you know okay, you know the Tom Cruise movie?
I've only seen the Tom Cruise Edge of Tomorrow.
Okay, so there's details that change between the source material and that, of course, but there's large strokes that are mostly the same. They adapted it so that it's following Rita, the girl, as the main character, not Tom Cruise.
Okay.
They changed the main character.
Like when she's doing it,
you're following her story, and it basically makes it like it's the rhythm is it follows the beats, but then you end up meeting like the weaker person instead of like the weak guy meeting the stronger girl, so to speak. And this version is the best version of all of them. It fucking rules. It works really well.
When you say you're following the girl, do you mean like through repeats, or she just has one narratively sequential story?
Okay, so in the Tom Cruise movie, and then of course in the original, you're following the guy who is a soldier who's joining up, and he's not a soldier, rather he's like one of the random grunts, and then you're following his respawns as he finds himself stuck in the loop, and then eventually you meet Rita, who's like a badass fighter at that point, with her armor, her red armor, going all in, and she's already, you know, well advanced, and she's on her own path, and then the two of them working together have to make it through and then overcome the whole time loop problem, right, of the invaders. This story, the movie starts on her point of view and stays on her, and she's the main character of the film.
Okay.
And we're following her story through the whole movie, and he ends up being the supporting character. So this is like New Game Plus Rita side, essentially. Okay. But the events...
But it's a sequential narrative.
No. That's the thing. The events are occurring are occurring differently from the source material as well, with her in the main character spot.
Okay.
And it works so well. It's really good. Like, I was at first I was like, why are you changing it? you know, after all this time, we're not adapting it as, and it's like, no, they didn't, this actually, it really worked out. It gives a bunch of extra perspective to things that like I felt were undeveloped in the source material. Something in particular that ends up being really cool here is like, you know, you get the a big part of what's awesome about the All You Need Is Kill and Edge of Tomorrow and such is like the montage of getting stronger and learning how to fight from being somebody that doesn't know what they're doing, and watching her kind of like spec all that, you know, experience into memorizing footsies and you know, details of how to fight. But this guy, who's the weaker supporting kind of dude, is spending his loops like specking into int and knowledge and tech and advancing, you know, their shit, and like the combination of the two ends up working really well and complementing each other in a really cool way. You know, there's aspects of their personalities as well that are expanded upon when you get their backstories, that like their personalities, like, you know, I don't want to go too far into because this is a brand new telling of the story, so I don't want to, like, you know, spoil too many of the details. But they've made them really complementing characters with each other, and the source material has like this thing where, you know, a relationship feeling kind of starts to form towards the end, but it definitely always felt like it's a bit sudden, but maybe, you know, but it was a bit loose and odd. And here it gives you a bit more to chew on with that. And something about the original as well, when the Tom Cruise movie got rid of it, but the All You Need Is Kill original movie always had this thing where there's an invading alien force that's like a Protoss of sorts that's just not in the situation, that sends in the stuff you see them fighting. They're not actually the things that are fighting on Earth, that the spinning, you know, blade enemies are actually a detachment of like self-controlling, self-perpetuating drones, essentially, for like a smaller intelligent alien force that wants to invade. And they're not in the picture, and it actually makes it's just tighter. It's a tighter story to not have this other force that doesn't really do much in the end and doesn't really lead to much either. And one final bit is that there's the end of the original story was I don't, if anyone hasn't seen it or so, like, there's some twists that happen and stuff that plays out where it's like, that's cool, but they made it a smarter twist is the best way I can describe it. They took what was there and they made what happened here, like, it's smarter and it feels better. So overall, the characters feel like they're just better fleshed out, better developed. And it's the best adaptation of this story so far. Also, the art style is like really like having fun and like exaggerating proportions and characters and stuff in a way that is like unusual, and I really like it. You know, if you go check out the All You Need Is Kill, I guess 2025 anime trailer, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's like kind of goofy, stretched out faces and stuff, and you know, and Studio 4C is willing to do that. Like if you see some of the previous stuff they've animated, like Tech on Concrete, for example. So great job to them with this. Like it's a fun, well done adaptation after all this time, and you know, for the changes they make, they're for the better. I think this is my favorite version of this story now that I've seen it like 4 times. Okay.
Can't wait for the 5th adaptation.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like there was always a feeling of like, the original was always just sitting there and never got anything. You know, you went from light novel to obscure small manga to Tom Cruise. You know, so yeah. Anyway, beyond that, there was another film called Angel's Egg. And
I know Angel's Egg.
Yeah, have you seen it?
I've seen bits and pieces.
Okay, Angel's Egg.
I've seen just enough of it to understand how it relates to the Ringed City DLC in Dark Souls 3.
Angel's Egg is a lot. Directed by Mamoru Oshii of Ghost in the Shell fame, and art done by Yoshitaka Amano of fucking
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy fame.
You can really tell with all the wispiness.
It's gorgeous. It's one of the most beautiful things. And yep, wispy blonde characters with their hair in the wind, walking around painterly Souls-esque gothic architecture, shadowy, dark, and brooding. It's difficult because
what's it about?
Well, Mamoru Oshii doesn't really want you to know.
Oh, cool.
It's beautiful, and it's a movie that like it's extremely light on dialogue. It's extraordinarily obtuse, and there's moments where analogies to biblical Noah's Ark and come into play heavily. There's a couple of signs of like things like angels. You see like the bones of an angel with the titular, so to speak, angel. You see fishermen that are trying to catch an army of fishermen that are catching fish that don't exist. They're failing, but they're fishing after shadows. And what I can say is that this movie kind of came out, and Mamoru Oshii had a hard time with his career afterwards because it was so obtuse that people didn't know what to do with it. And it does, now watching it back, it does feel like an art book committed to film.
Yeah.
And for better and for worse, you feel where Amano and Oshii are like, okay, we love gothic architecture, we like pretty girls, we like cool young lads with like weapons on their shoulders and capes, and we're gonna show these things, and that's kind of what we're gonna show. And don't worry too much about the rest of it. In a way, there's cool imagery, you can interpret as the best you can what you're looking at, but everyone was left scratching their heads going, I'm not sure what happened. And there's parts of it that slow the fuck down and get really like you're tilting your head sideways, you're like, what are we doing here? And not in a Lynchian way, but in a way where like Lynch will show you a lot of things, but like you won't know what those things are or why they're happening. There won't be things. There'll just be like a lack of things, Yeah. There's a heavy like Ava elevator style scene. It felt like a minute long like single frame shot, at one point. I think by the numbers they said that this movie had like 33% of the shots that an average animated feature does, so like it's way less, but there's these big painterly things you're kind of looking at. Gorgeous, but you just kind of have to go into it going like, I'm not going to understand shit. And to some degree there's an effect that doesn't work in its favor, which is I was describing an episode of Game of Thrones that happens in the late seasons, right? When the horse starts to get into the child's drawing phase of Game of Thrones, where you're following the group that is going beyond the wall, with the wildlings and such, and Jon Snow. And they don't really have any other group to cut to for the whole episode. So they just have moments and scenes of characters doing stuff. Then the camera pans up, and then establishing shot, and then right back down to the same group. And you're like, oh no, we're out of stuff, right?
It's a little awkward.
Suicide Squad, the original movie, exact same problem. They walk, they have a couple quips, camera pans away, pan back to the group, we're still here. We do another quip, we do another scene, pan away, pan back to the group, we're still here.
Yeah, there's no B-plot in that fucking movie.
And you feel that in films when they're edited that way, and it feels bad. It feels very bad because it slows down the time, and it makes it feel like, oh, we don't have anything else to teach you or to say or to explain right now. So we're just going to watch the character walk in and do a scene, and then walk out of the scene, and then the next scene with that character will begin. And
But it looks really pretty in this movie, right?
And so this is it looks really pretty, but this is it does feel like an amateur move when like the time to move away from a subject or establishing a thing about a character into something else or in a different location, whatever the case is usually you space things out so that you can build up an idea of the whole pieces, and then you let those dominoes all fall, and then they clash together, and then you get to your third act. And here there was not enough pieces moving because there's one main character who was by herself and didn't say anything, so it was her running around with her egg for
what's in the egg,
we don't know, but that carried on for the first, I'd say 40% or so, and then eventually there's another character who joins and they kind of move together, but because they're not talking and because there's you're kind of just moving through this environment, which is beautiful, but it does suffer from this problem, right? So we walked out of there going, I don't know what the fuck I just watched. It was gorgeous, but holy shit. Some folks were starting to fall asleep, and I don't blame them because it does drag,
you watched like the genesis for the entire storytelling perspective of the From Software catalog.
I can see that. I can see Berserk as well being the part of that genesis. That makes more sense in a way, especially when it comes to the characters and the doing of things. Because like an art book showing you beautiful scenes and characters moving through them is what gets Amano fucking hard, and Oshii loves these beautiful like moments as well. But I had to go back and read about what this movie was and what happened, and I learned how we got here and why the obtuseness is as bad as it is, because essentially this was supposed to be a Lupin the Third movie, and
okay, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
And then that didn't happen, and Amano was slated to work on that with Oshii back then. And when that didn't happen, the Angel's Egg idea and the wanting to, and there's a whole like Noah's Ark like theme to this, he wanted to revisit that. So he was planning to make an original, also action comedy. And then he saw Amano's artwork of like all that gothic imagery and went, no, I'm going to make it a more serious gothic tale. And then a script writer that he was working with wrote up his full detailed script and a whole story about it, and then he threw that version out in favor of one with all the words gone, basically. And there's a couple scenes where things happen, and he decided to go back and change them to make them harder to understand on purpose.
I feel like Yoshitaka Amano is the single most prominent artist ever that has had the least amount of his art actually hit the page.
Yeah, the translation.
And so when we talk about something that's like Amano did this and Oshii did this, and it's like, what do you got? I don't know what it is. Pretty
and I mean, but people love it so much that they're like, I'm going to strive to try to translate this into another medium. I won't capture it at even 50%, but we'll do our best, But in this case, I mean, I feel like the environments especially feel like his final work, Like it feels like they really did realize a lot of his gothic castles and such. But yeah, Angel's Egg was supposed to be a comedy Lupin the Third thing, and then that got scrapped, and then it was going to be like a more coherent story, and then that got scrapped, and then he wanted it to be obtuse. And so the end result was it got, critically acclaimed for its beauty in Japan. A lot of people were like rightfully praising that, but there was one notable negative reception that I saw, and that came from one Miyazaki Hayao. And he said that he didn't understand the film and he appreciates the effort, but he feels it was not something others would understand. Oshii goes on a one-way journey without thinking about how to get back. And honestly, he's not wrong.
That's so brutal, man.
He's not wrong.
That's so brutal. Holy shit.
It's gorgeous, but he's not wrong. And as somebody who like there's definitely always room for something to be like kind of left open and to like let the viewer come to you sometimes and such. But like there's, when you make those decisions, I guess like they're open to critique. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. And this is kind of one of those cases where I'm like, I don't think it worked as well, you know? And not that he shouldn't be like able to or willing to try that, but the end result did, like, you kind of lose track of everything going on at a point, despite the beauty. Now, I know that it's a divisive as fuck movie, and if you're somebody who's like, I just love the vibe and that's all that matters, it's gonna be the best thing ever, and that's fair if that's all you were looking for. But I read that and I was like, damn, Miyazaki, I see what you're saying.
If I can pull from a turn of phrase my wife loves to use, if I was a filmmaker and was criticized harshly by Hayao Miyazaki, I would simply kill myself. Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's funny because I then read that like Oshi's own mother said that this would result in him not being able to get work. and he struggled to get work after this until Patlabor, and then eventually Ghost in the Shell. And it's weird, but there's, when it comes to like these types of,
hey, did you know that you can tell what's happening in Ghost of the Shell?
You can actually, you absolutely can, yeah.
you can find, like, there's a plot and you're like, oh, that character,
you know, yeah,
went over there,
yeah, and you know, because ultimately you know, he's adapting you know, the original work and not necessarily in charge of the directing and script and everything else entirely, you know. But anyway, no, what was I gonna say? Yeah, he had a hard time getting work after that, and eventually, like, you know, you kind of broke the spell or so. But there's a difference when you're making these decisions to be obtuse on purpose, right? Yeah, if Masamune Shiro's behind him, then God bless. But when you decide, when something is like being written or a moment happens and you go, huh, you know what? Should we explain more, or should we leave that where it is? And you go, I'm going to leave it where it is. Let's leave that. Let's leave that open, you know? I've seen and I mean, I've worked on things where that's been a part of it, where it kind of like, it comes out of the sculpture, so to speak, and then you kind of leave it undefined in a way deliberately. There's a reverse version of that.
I want to hold you on to there, because I feel like there's a somatic version of the two ideas you're describing. Like, there's a body version, because like one of the things that I think about when you run into like a you know, an obtuse narrative, right, or like something, there's two things. You can have you can look at, you know, audience man, audience woman. They can either be sitting there with their arms crossed a little bit and their hand on their chin, maybe just like right, that's good. That's what you want. What you don't want is their hands on their knees and their eyes squinted a little bit, going, what?
So
who?
There's two feelings.
Why?
Yeah. Those two feelings.
You don't want that one. That's bad.
And there's also two ways to go about these moments, right? There's ways where you can essentially, you can think about the like a character and whatever details you want to say about them and go, let's bring these lines to the forefront, right? So an item description in Souls is a great example of that, about like, we don't know anything about this character except for what we get from their weapon, their soul, you know, these couple of paragraphs or so, right?
When average moviegoer is watching a film, they should not sound like my mother watching an episode of Law and Order.
Okay, getting confused by Law and Order. Okay.
Who is that? Wasn't he the
other way to go about it?
They arrested him.
The other way to go about it is to have it all fleshed out and then take things away. And that can be done, but it's a much more delicate situation to fuck up. And in this case, where you're like, oh, he specifically took moments that existed and said, I want these to be harder to understand. That is my goal. It's like, it's not the same feeling, you know. And I feel like there's a bunch of this where it you know, you kind of go, yes, this this had more context or more lines, or this had something that was fit better or fit more clearly into the narrative. And then he went, nah, I don't want people figuring it out that easy, and then decided to obtusify it, you know? So anyway, all this to say that it's a gorgeous movie, but fuck, is it a head fuck narratively, and it's a gorgeous art book that is moving, but it is a difficult recommend unless you are down with that art, and that's the entirety of what you're here to experience.
Yeah.
There's a decision to leave the audience behind, and it was made on purpose, and sometimes that works, but in this instance, I don't think it did.
Okay.
This is also an old classic, so it's kind of
it's very old.
It's kind of wild to be pointing at it and saying this, but
you can taste the paper on it.
But this is walking out of the theater with it.
This feels like the kind of movie that like the most annoying guy would make his entire personality.
I mean, yeah, it could be. It could be. You know, like there's always Lynch gets those Lynch fans that go that become that person. You know? But in any case, this I didn't get the same vibes from this that I got from Mulholland Drive, mind you. But yeah,
I don't think anyone ever would from anything.
Mm-hmm. or other media that decide to be more quiet and obtuse about things. It feels absent, is what it feels like, you know? Like, if you're showing me things that I don't understand and then kind of like letting me piece together how they might connect, there's more to chew on there. But in this case, it was a lot of like this one girl in this one environment with little things around, but not much in a larger context to, you know, sort of chew on. You know, I described the fishermen and the fish and the shadow thing. Like, that was one of the most standout, unique moments that were not just involving these two characters walking around, you know. And I fucking loved Eco in Shadow of the Colossus. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So anyway. It's beautiful though. All right, and then last, there was,
but not least,
Fixed.
You saw it. I saw that it has excellent reviews on Rotten Tomatoes.
The Genndy Tartakovsky animated feature film coming to Netflix on August 13th about a dog who's about to get neutered, having his last day out on the town. Now,
all right, so I'm gonna grab my dog with no balls to listen to this review,
starring various names, including Idris Elba, and so like incredible, ridiculous cast in this. Fixed is fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah,
it's really funny. It is absolutely disgusting. It is super funny and fucking gross. And you have to be...
it's that last batch of Ren and Stimpy episodes.
You have to be down with the fucking gross if you're gonna fully enjoy and embrace this. That's the caveat, and it's loud and clear.
Wooly, I would like to ask you just a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Just to set the tone. Is this cope?
No. Okay. And I can elaborate.
I just wanted you to like go back and like examine it for like a second.
No, I can elaborate. I can elaborate. Okay. There's big laughs that the audience is having and that we had to the shit going on in the movie. But there are also moments where the entire row of us, where Punch Mom and me and Reggie and Canty are like all looking away from the screen because we can't take what's happening on screen right now. All right? So if you want like like there's funny dog owner humor going on and a lot of fun, like you can tell too, like, okay, this is a dog owner that knows and understands dogs, and like little inside bits that are very, very specific to dog ownership.
I have an ugly disabled dog. I would get these bits.
Absolutely, right? They're out in full force for a whole lot of that movie, and there's a charm to how much this movie loves dogs and paying attention to the little things they do, and if you're a dog owner, what you get from that. At the same time, I hope you are okay and ready to stare at turds being chewed on in detail. Like,
yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so if you're listening to this, some people can probably do that. Some people can't. Staring.
I've had to scrape cat shit off my dog's teeth.
Yeah, okay.
Man.
I'm out. I can't do that. That's fucking crazy. I can't do that.
Oh man.
Right?
Oh, I have bad news for you, sir.
And you know what? No.
I have bad news for you.
No. Baby and her own poop are its own little world of its.
Oh yeah.
All
right.
There is.
You hold on to that fucking dream.
I am. There is nothing that can come from that. That'll be an issue.
Someone write down that he said this.
Okay. What that actually means is it will be an issue, but I'm gonna fucking do it, and that'll be that.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Like an issue actually is for me is like, nah, I can't do this. I'm tapping out. No, there is no tapping out. It's happening regardless, but it'll suck.
Dude, there were
right. That's it.
I'll tell you.
Now, the row of us sitting there can't deal with that. That's too much, man. And it was fucking and like the bit was that like it keeps going. It was like, we know we're gross, so let's let that linger and let's add.
Yeah.
Right. Let's add the details. Right. You're like, oh, I got no problem. Sure. Okay. And like, you know, there's points in the movie where there's like a poop emoji style joke of like, oh, it's the little ice cream fucking thing or whatever. This is like details and peanuts, man.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, so you're saying whatever, but for anyone listening,
Willie, I watched The Cup. I didn't blink.
That's fine, but just understand, a lot of people are not gonna whatever that it fucking is like, ugh, right?
Yeah.
So that's it, right? If you know, there's hilarious laughs, you know, and big old fucking great. There's some funny ass bits, but there's like dog fucking, like there's dog sex happening, and it's
awful,
and it is like super like emphasized. There are right, there are elements of that where it's like you're animating the feeling of like, you know, when a cartoon dog is like floating, or a cartoon is like floating because of the smell of a pie or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
The waft of the heat coming from
dude,
the female
that's
in
real.
heat.
Dogs are nuts for that.
And we're animating that. We're animating the dog pussy waft as the dog is getting in there to fuck. And you're like, oh my God, what are we doing, guys? And it's a lot, man.
I gotta tell you, somebody who's owned dogs my whole life, this is actually like, you need to just fucking.
Okay, well, that's good. It's good that you can fucking tank that and you're fine. But I'm describing why everyone else is having a rough go about Fixed, right? And where you start, the reason why you started this going like, are you sure it wasn't cope, is because that feeling everybody's getting is from what I'm describing. That shit is in there, you know? If you're gonna go see this or go watch it on Netflix, or if I'm gonna recommend it to people, you have to be able to deal with what I'm describing. And if you can, then great. And if that sounds like a bad time, then you know.
So what you're saying is if you're cool and tough as fuck, you should watch this movie. And if you're a little pussy man, you should stay away.
Not
barf in your bucket.
not being down with the fucking turd eating is
well,
huge.
It's just gross stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It's gross stuff. Anyways, I don't know what you either feel this way or you don't, and that's it. End of story. This is where we are.
It's not like it's pickles on a sandwich.
Okay.
Disgusting.
The things that make you viscerally react and gag, make you viscerally react and gag, Pat.
Hey, listen, Wooly. Dogs exist in the real world. Mystery syringes are rare.
And we've reached the limit of the point, and I've established so that anybody who's hearing this, I'm talking past you at this point, to people who are like, ooh, yeah, I kind of don't want to see shit eating, actually, you know? Yeah. But anyways, now that being said, it's really funny. Yeah. Like, it's super wild, and it does definitely, I was thinking that the inspirations were going to be, I think I said like Fritz the Cat or John Kay, and it's like, it was actually not that. It was like Tex Avery. It's just going on like a big adventure into the city, and you know, overall, in terms of just like animation quality and like the Gendy doing what he does, it's incredible stuff.
But he's using it for evil.
He's using his talents for extreme evil. You know,
to attack you specifically.
To attack everybody, really. This is not.
No, you. He's pointing his finger at you, going, "I'm going to get you."
Well, I can prove that that's not the case, and let me get there. All right.
Oh.
So we're sitting there, and like they go, all right, we're gonna bring up a special guest, and then we're like, and it's like, it's the Animation France Festival curator, and it's like, oh, hey, come on, you know, he comes up and he introduces some of the choices for their films and everything, and we're just like, Jesus Christ, like, okay, he's like, it's the closing film of the festival, you know, let's like, fine, this is a big deal and such, but like, imagine meeting him under these circumstances. That would be insane. And then the dude goes, ladies and gentlemen, Gendy Tartakovsky, and Gendy walks out on stage, and we're like, what? I filmed the bit, like literally me and Reggie, and we're just like, why? You're here now for this? We're meeting you because dog pussy?
Yeah, dude. It's what he really cares about.
And he actually showed up for this premiere. And then, you know, we like the movie played. He got an award, and then he did a Q&A afterwards. And at the Q&A, he was describing, like, they're like, okay, so what the fuck, man? You know? And he explained it. And so basically, he's been trying to make this, I said 11 years before, since 2008.
Yeah. So
it has been longer than that. And he has been trying to make this, and it was also a movie that he wanted to make. It was basically like something with him and like his friends from school back in the day, like their crew, you know, was kind of like, he wanted to kind of have it like a little animated feature with some of those friends, almost like Seinfeld-y, you know? And then at one point he was like, oh, making them dogs is like a fun way to do that. And pitched it and got interest, but, you know, couldn't land it, you know? And after all this time, it's finally possible. That's fucking 17 years now, you know? But he was describing how he's like, you know, in addition to that, he's like, he loves his dog. And you can tell, like, he's in, you know.
How can you not? They're the best guys.
And he didn't have a pitch beyond him and 4 other dogs that represent his real life friends kind of hanging out and having adventures. And then at one point they went like, oh, well, they're like, that's good, but it needs a point. It needs like something to stick, you know? And then they're like, oh, what if he was going to get fixed the next day? And then they're like, okay, great. But also right around 2010 or so, like adult R-rated comedy just evaporated and stopped existing. Like there was nothing. And no one was interested, and that continued to be the case for a really long time. And then basically it was around like COVID where like that started to like change again or so, but no one was hiring, and no one else was working on that stuff. And you know, R-rated things are always like really, really like rare for studios because they're just like, nobody's gonna see this. It makes no money. What's the point? Then you go on top of that 2D hand animated, not 3D. What are you, crazy? right?
He's like, I don't think I could get the chunks the right viscosity in 3D.
Yeah. And so, TV has always been TV, but in terms of film, Simpsons and Family Guy and South Park have always been there. But in terms of getting movies made, like it was a huge obstacle that nobody was interested in. When they eventually did get it done, he's like, they ran it by and they did 4 large test audience screenings. And at each one of the screenings, the audience was howling. It was, every big laugh was happening. It was humongous. Everyone was dying in their seats. And then afterwards, under your seat, you grab an iPad and you fill out how you felt about the movie. And on the test screenings, they tested like shit. They tested horribly because everyone was laughing, but was also disgusted and horrified. And it was
This is my mom and The Simpsons. My mom hated my dad and me watching The Simpsons. She'd be like, "Oh, it's so crass and rude and disgusting." And we'd be like, it's the Simpsons. What are you talking about? And then every time she would walk by and see it and stare at it for 10 seconds, a gag would get her and she'd laugh and go, oh.
No, right, terrible. Yeah. So the idea being like, yeah, it's you're the person, like everyone, they're laughing, and then after the fact, there's some people that are probably just like feeling that shame at it or whatever. But as someone who likes raunchy comedy, I'm down for raunchy comedy, but the test screenings all went horribly because it was just also too disgusting, Yeah. And so you can laugh at a movie because some scenes are like that, but other scenes you're losing people. And when I was like, there were at least, there's 2-3 parts where I was like, all right, we get it. I'm looking away. Like, I'm legit looking away now, And I think that's kind of what the struggle was. Eventually, Netflix is like super down for it, and they're like, yeah, fuck it, throw it up there. And so it's getting made now and it's done. But this is what you got to know going into it, And I think the reviews as well, like, yeah, you're gonna see once it comes out or so, you're gonna see it. It's gonna probably be very high, but also extremely divisive. Right? Because
sounds like a good kind of movie to see with like a milkshake and like chocolate raisins.
Or a melty O. Henry bar.
I don't like them melty. Like they're like a mess in the best of times.
Well, in any case, yeah, there is a very clear, like, kind of like a good movie can still have a dog dying in it, and that always tests poorly. Yes. You know how that's a universal thing that it just doesn't go well.
Yeah.
Hey,
I would say that that's not even true. I'd say that your movie can't be good if a dog dies in it. Bad movie.
Oh.
Immoral even.
Oh. Interesting.
Dogs are good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So if a gag in this movie happens where, I don't know, how, would that 180 this conversation suddenly?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Oh, then I guess we have to,
because it makes me feel sad. Okay. And I don't want to feel sad. And if I feel sad watching a movie, bad movie.
Well, then I guess you're gonna have to 180 your stance.
Darn.
Because it is there is a quick gag, but there is absolutely dog death in this movie, and it's brutal.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It's brutal. there is also squirrel death you could see in the trailer.
Squirrels have no souls.
That's very brutal as well. So yeah. Guess what? The old adage that dog dying on a film is like horrible for test scores continues to be true. In this case, 100%. So yeah, Fixed is coming out. You can, in 10 days or in about a week, you can check it out on Netflix and see for yourself. But like, this is the deal. There's going to be a line drawn in the sand between, the folks who are able to handle the scat humor and those that can't, per se, and the rest of it. Like animal sex in particular is like, you can, there's a lot of cases where it's like, okay, you can imply, you can zoom out, but then some parts where you go all in on it, there's like oh my God, okay. Austin Powers had and then like poop bits happen in comedies from time to time as well. Like the Austin Powers mug is implied, and that allowed the censorship rules to change forever, etc. But this is just what it is. Just like know you're going in and know that's going to be a part of it. And if you're going to get your laughs regardless, then yeah, it'll be great. You'll have a good time. Because I enjoyed it and thought it was a very funny movie, but I have to put the biggest disclaimer, heads up, in advance of this.
Hey, let me ask you,
Gendy's
since
nuts.
You saw it in the theater, do you think that this is the kind of thing that if you had not seen it in the theater, you wouldn't have felt as much social pressure to not vomit?
If I watched,
like if you watched it at home, you would have been like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna barf."
If I watched it at home, no, I probably would have reacted the same way. I would have been like, yeah, we get it, man. We get it. Okay, next, right? And I would have been like, oh, God. Like, yeah, no, I think I can see myself reacting pretty much the same way. If you're with a group of friends that are, like, super down with the fucked up, then, you know, they'll probably encourage that shit. If you're with your if you're with your mom and dad having family movie night,
well, here's the
problem,
you got the
kids
right?
nestled up, then maybe not.
You can't be the first person to barf, right? That's just embarrassing. You want to hold on at least like number 2 or 3 and have it hit with the chain reaction.
At the end of the day, it's animated, so there is a limit to the amount of damage it can do, right? Versus like the real thing. The real thing is always way worse. But here's another example: Jackass 3. Hilarious movie.
Absolutely.
Fuck that train scene.
Train scene? Which one's
there's
that?
A train volcano scene that is just the worst thing.
Oh, really? Am I thinking of the same one as you with the poop?
Yeah, the diarrhea. The diarrhea ass, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Not a fan. Funny movie. Fuck that thing. I hate that. That sucks. So, yeah, shit volcano was not a good time, and that can simultaneously exist in a movie that I find funny. Seems like other people like are in agreement there. Like, yes, okay, right. So that's it. That's fixed. And I'd say that's probably like the apt comparison point where you're like, big laughs, but boy, do they come at a cost. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. The only other thing I wanted to let people know is that this month and this month only, you can get the Woolly plush. Little Wolves in the Lab is up for order now on Makeship, and I'm going to have to remind folks that it's going to be over at the end of August 30th. It's going to be done. So you can only order it this month, and in the future when you're like, how do I get one? You probably can't. So grab it now while you can. Should I have put a plug in the big old boxing match? Yeah, I probably should have. That would have been smart.
Yeah, that seemed like it would be a wildly appropriate thing.
Especially given it was right before the day before. But you know what? I'm a dumbass. So this is this is what you get.
I mean, you're busy.
This is what you get.
You got stuff going on.
Yeah. But if you want to get one now, because you will not be able to get one later. Unless it does crazy well and they go, hey, let's bring it back. But as far as my understanding, this is a one-time shot. With a threshold of like really high sales for being like, we can do another if you want, but we'll have to see. All right.
You want to do some sponsors, or do you want to switch over to Pat time?
Let's do some sponsors.
All right. Can I pee first?
Let's pee.
Yeah. Piss.
Not as nasty as poop.
Hold it. Piss can be much nastier than poo, because piss can be hidden much more effectively.
No,
like you walk in somewhere, is that a log of shit? And you're like, whoa, that's brutal, right? But there could be items that are like secretly pissed on.
No, but
it's old and vague.
But I won't feel anywhere close to the level of revulsion that I would feel with number 2. Like one is just always not going to do as much damage as number two, universally under any circumstance.
Okay, well, what about this? You can avoid shit a lot more easily if it's being like thrown at you or attacked on you. But piss, it's hard to dodge piss.
Yeah, and
if piss is coming at you, it's gonna get you.
But the desperation to avoid it is not nearly as high.
Oh, I don't know. I don't want piss.
No, I don't want it either.
I'm going to be very desperate in all scenarios.
But yes, but it's just like there are people that are not listening to this episode anymore because we started talking about poop.
Oh, I would like to point out, I wasn't going to blow her up quite as hard, but like my wife has like barfed twice listening to this episode so far.
So that's what like people are tuning out because of this conversation. Like you're standing here being like, nah, it's no big deal. And I'm like, dude, everyone hates it. It's the worst. You're nuts.
Oh, don't get it twisted. I hate this also, but I hate lots of things and you have to do them.
Okay.
Right?
Well, this is about the poop that you don't have to do.
Like sometimes your dog has like a turd and like there's too much of like hair in the turd, so it falls out. You have to pull it out, and then his whole asshole blossoms out. You gotta push it back in.
And so being responsible means you chose this path, and therefore you got to do that to be a good, dog owner and to be a good parent and so on. Sure, but for all the stuff that you don't have to do, that you have no responsibility to, for all the ones that are just out there in the wild that you have no responsibility over, fuck that shit. All right,
I bet I could run faster from a guy pooping than a guy pissing.
the neuron activation is.
I bet he could. I bet he could run faster if he was just pissing than if he was pooping.
I mean, it's just like you just can't get there. You just can't get there. I don't know. It's just, yeah. They're like I don't know what to tell you. It's just like,
all right. Well, I'm gonna go piss in a toilet where you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
A threat to no one.
All right.
Let's take a quick break.
BRB. I just thought.
Yeah. What did you thought?
I just had a thought
before we do sponsors, because I can tell this is a pre-sponsor thought. I can tell it's a pre-sponsor thought.
I have a name for you, and that name is Jim Norton.
Oh yeah. No thanks.
And
no, there's a difference. And there.
He made a career on the fact that he was able to take it further beyond the limits of where anyone is willing to go with that shit, right?
No.
The fact that like people are like, yo, if you're being a filthy degenerate and you take it to number one, people are gross, but like can follow you there. But with the level 2 is like, well, that's what your career is based on. His career is from the fact that everyone's like, you're down with what?
Here's the thing. I'm not down with anything. I people who watch my show often actually know I'm actually down with almost nothing. What I have is just a really high threshold for tolerance, because in that whole discussion, none of that is the grossest thing that I've ever had to deal with. I used to have to sort bottles that were given in by homeless guys in the bottom of the grocery store for like entire work shifts. That is an order of magnitude grosser than anything we have talked about today. Like that is so much worse than anything we have talked about today. It is so disgusting. And I would do that like 9 to 5 for like a week.
Like,
so after
drinking
that,
bottles,
40s and beer bottles that would be found, acquired, brought in to give in, not washed out.
Okay.
So when you're stacking thousands and thousands and thousands of filthy beer bottles, you hope that that's old beer. You're smelling. You pray that that's old beer.
Yeah, I think like just the gag reactions are just placed in different locations for you. Like they exist, but they come from different places. You know, they're distributed a little bit differently. You know, but I say Jim Norton to say that.
Someone in the chat says you hope it's piss even.
You hope.
Yeah,
you hope.
kind of.
Yeah. Dear God, please. Oh no, it's Jenkum.
Then you fuck up and drop one and cut yourself, and then you get to enjoy this mental process.
Sure. Nightmare. Yeah. So that's it. But like that is a career built on the fact that most people cannot deal with this discussion. That's his entire fucking,
these Gen Zs don't know how to deal with piss anymore. Back in my day.
I mean, that's from the fucking Aussie generation forward, really, but I don't know. Gigi Allen, something. Like
I wish Gigi Allen was still performing.
But Gigi Allen is a wild and funny like anecdote, because it is just a story and it is just words coming from our mouths into a microphone and not actually in the room happening to you. Like, as long as this is a fable and also he is no longer alive and cannot hurt you, then then we can laugh about Gigi Allen all we want.
Legend only grows with the fact that he's a dead guy.
Oh man, would that stop being funny the second he was standing behind you?
Now? Oh, that'd be hilarious, dude.
I guess you can't poop with bones, but hey, how's the weather?
Weather's fucking great, dude. It's awesome.
Nice.
Weather's great out here every day.
Cool. Weather's all right over here too, getting a little hot. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Yeah.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon. And, with the summer weather comes a great opportunity to get some everyday earbuds to get outside. And
definitely want to listen to this podcast on earbuds.
Now the thing that's nice about it is that with those earbuds, the Everyday Earbuds Classic, you've got active noise cancellation, right? The one thing they were missing. So the latest version has them. And what that means is, like, there could be noises.
And your wife's like...
And you want to drown all that out to hear about what we talk about on this show.
Yeah.
Right? People are trying to get away from some of that, but you can lock in harder than ever. And furthermore, with 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery, your Raycons,
you'll get tired.
They'll never leave your ears, right? You can hear every detail. So they're absolutely, they're fantastic for that. Punch Bomb's always using them, able to take calls as well with the Bluetooth connection. And they're secure, so when I'm hitting the bags, when I'm doing some boxing work and stuff, they stay in place. Don't got to worry about them falling out. Audio quality rivals the big audio brands that you know and love, but at half the price. So you can check out tens of thousands of 5-star reviews as well. In particular, I got a blue pair, and the in-the-ear secure snug fit. It does the job. I do appreciate that. So go to buyraycon.com/superbeast to get 20% off the fan favorite Everyday Earbuds Classic. Right now, Raycon's offering 20% off their Everyday Earbuds Classic. So that's buyraycon.com/superbeast. Sponsored by Raycon. Thanks, Raycon.
Love you, Raycon.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Shopify. If you are trying to get into business and you want to sell things online, you want to make sure that you have something that invites people to listen and to tune in. You don't want to drive viewers away. That's bad.
You would never want to do that.
Driving people away is bad. Getting them in is good, and having them stick around is even better, right?
Yeah.
So, how do you get people to stick around? Well, you should probably not gross them out. And I'll tell you right now that one of the things that is really nice is when you have it nice and easy for them to, I don't know, buy a t-shirt or something like that. If they can take a look and see it integrated, if they can take a look and see it integrated on the various social media platforms they're already using, and they don't have to do too much work to figure out how to order something that you're trying to sell, Shopify comes in handy for for that. Listen, folks. Let's say you made the mistake of eating your lunch and listening to this podcast, and then you're trying to figure out how to get your online business up and started. And
you're all kerfuddled because you've been thrown off.
And you're like, how do I track who's ordering where? How do I track what sales are happening, which things are being sold the most, etc. This is all very easily avoidable because Shopify is one of the best. It's one of the best e-commerce platforms you can choose from. It's got 10% of all e-commerce in the US going. You've got the ability to track every shipment everywhere, get all the metrics you're looking for, all the info and data about where you're shipping to and how. They've got world-class support as well. They can help you manage inventory. They can help you manage international shipping and processing returns and beyond. And processing returns is particularly tricky if you don't have a setup for that. They can help you with all of that. So if you're ready to sell, Shopify is the place to go. They can also help you with your social media campaigns and setting up your platform online with the design studio as well. So check them out. They were particularly helpful when we had to get t-shirts sent out to people. And it was nice to have them not be grossed out and be happy with the t-shirts they received. So turn your better business ideas into cash and get started. Make them a reality with Shopify on your side. You can sign up for $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/superbeast. That's shopify.com/superbeast. shopify.com/superbeast. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify. I love you.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by boot.dev.
Boot.dev. I recently showed how incompetent I was to my audience because I literally don't know how to make a spreadsheet. Not even a spreadsheet. I'm a buffoon.
Man, that's a really useful skill. And, in class, I remember, you kind of sometimes learn the basics of, just computer stuff and spreadsheeting, and I learned a little bit more in particular when I got into QA. So let's say you wanted to track how many people were tuning out of your show, at what rate, and at what point in the show did they decide to
people were leaving because I couldn't do a spreadsheet.
Okay, so if you're listening to this episode, for example, and you're like, ooh, I see a big spike in people tuning out at the 20% range or so, but that's not actually happening. This is all fictional, of course. People love this show and listen to it. But hypothetically, if there were, then a spreadsheet would be one way you can track that information. But if you can't even do that, then yeah, that's not great at all. I mean, in fact, learning how to program and do fancier things on that spreadsheet, you can parlay your ability to program into a career.
So here's the thing, right? Someone helped me learn how to do it, and then I made one, and I felt smart because even though I'm 39, I learned a new technical task on my computer.
Look at that. I remember when I learned how to do spreadsheets in QA, and I learned how to do drop downs and data validation and conditional formatting, and I was like, wow, I feel like I'm coding, and I barely was. However, if you really want to learn how to code and you want to get a career going, then boot.dev is an awesome way to do that. It helps you learn back-end web development from start to finish. So Python, Go, JavaScript, lots of options as well you can pick from to learn. But they're teaching you in a gamified manner. So it's like you're playing an RPG as you go through the lessons. It's very cool. The whole thing is set up like an RPG. So you are completing quests, taking on challenges, fighting bosses, and leveling up, getting XP, unlocking treasure. There's even like a raid boss and like a story that goes on with each chapter where everyone collectively does some damage to it as well. It's a very cool setup, and gamifying the process of learning is the best way to like reach your goals and not just get bored in the process. I've gotten bored trying to learn to program, and I have failed because of that. So the ability to do this, and in addition to that, if you're a student as well, you can go check out all the lessons in demonstration mode for free, so you can try it out, see what the curriculum looks like. That's awesome. The fact that it's very student friendly, I love that. You can also jump into a Discord community with tons of real humans that are there to help you if you ever get stuck with anything. So it's just an awesome way to get into learning how to program and how to code. And in particular, according to Stack Overflow, backend developers in 2024, the median salary they made was over $100,000. So that is a pretty decent spot.
That's not bad.
That ain't bad at all. 30-day no questions asked refund policy, and again, a free demo of every interactive experience on every course. So check it out, see if it is right for you, and learn how to program the fun way while playing a game. So head on down to boot.dev and try out the courses for free. Then use our code CastleSuperBeast, and you'll get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. One more time, that's boot.dev, and use the code CastleSuperBeast, and you'll get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. Thanks, boot.dev.
Thanks, boot.dev. I love you.
How's it going?
Bro, I had a huge week. I had a lot going on. August is going to be a fucking big month for me going forward.
Yeah?
Lots of birthdays.
Yeah?
Lots of birthdays. So today is my darling, wonderful wife's 29th birthday yet again.
29 years young.
Congratulations, Paige.
Happy birthday.
You've been 29 for an unknown number of years.
Happy birthday, Paige.
Love you, darling. Birthday stuff is one of the reasons that we are moving today's show slightly over.
Mm-hmm. I noted that you have not yet. You're still doing good, because the mistake is when you start saying 29 years young. That's when it's over.
Oh, that's fucking shit.
Oh, that's when it's over, right? That's even worse than the real thing.
That's dog shit. So, no, fuck that.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Also, I now have a 2-year-old, which is crazy because, and I've described this on stream, It's weird that my son is 2 years old because he just got here 6 months ago. And it was weird when he was 1 years old because he got here 6 months ago.
Yes.
Like, no matter how old he is, he feels like he's only been here for 6 months.
Yep.
It's fucking weird. It's super fucking weird.
Yep. It's the 2000s. They were just yesterday. I hear those twos can get pretty terrible.
Oh, he's an angel. I mean, you hung out with him. He was an angel then, and he's an angel now.
Yeah. I mean,
no tantrums, no problems. His language development is rock solid. When I take him out for his morning walk, to the park, I just set him up into the stroller, and what does he do? He looks over and goes, "Bye-bye, caboose. Bye-bye, Catmo."
Oh.
Every morning, total angel.
Now,
the best child ever.
Let's see what new language he learns, and whether too bad.
Oh, he's full on repeat mode. We're locking it down.
Yeah, okay,
we're locking it down like right now.
Too bad.
We're locking it down.
And hug rejection.
Yeah, no. We're up to what's the newest? We're up to like 6-7 word sentences now. Like, oh, we can't go to the park because it's dark, and he'll go, "Oh, sun go down, moon go up, big nighttime."
Oh,
it's like, yeah, but we can't go to the park because it's big nighttime.
Let's go.
Is Pat capable of not swearing? No, I'm trying to just phase out. I'm just trying to phase it out. It's tough. He's a genius, and he's the handsomest child of all the other competing children in my neighborhood, and it sucks for those other parents.
Competing.
Oh yeah, no. My child is better than you. Just give it literally a couple of weeks, and you'll be like, wow, every other baby in this maturity ward, shit, ugly, stupid, unemployed. Just literally give it a couple of weeks.
Would step over them if they were on fire.
Oh yeah. Oh, 100%. Oh, you're going to feel it. It's going to be super intense. And then the part of your brain that's going, that's not real. And you're going to be like, shut up, that part of my brain. I don't love you anymore. I love that. This front part, fuck that. I want this back part of my brain.
Oh, no.
That's my new friend.
Oh, no. That's where all the bad stuff comes from.
Nah, that's where all that good animal brain shit comes from. Hell yeah.
That's where where the boomer lad retreats to.
No, it's too late. So we had a big day. We had a combination birthday, like a big outing for Paige and the little man. Mm-hmm. So what we did is we got Auntie, the boy's babysitter who we're friends with, right? She has her grandkids live in Victoria, which is the capital of BC. It's on Vancouver Island, right? So what we did is we got everybody into the car. We took a day trip down to the Victoria, right? And the primary reason for that is that we caught the last show of this.
Oh, Book of Mormon live. Hell yeah.
I'm holding up a Book of Mormon standee.
Hell yeah.
So Paige wanted to see live theater, and she's like, hey, bitch, you're going to see live theater for the first time, she said to me.
You didn't catch it when they came here.
I've never seen live theater in my life, aside from the dog shit that our Dawson English teachers mandated us to go see as part of curriculum.
Okay.
So I've been like, wow, live theater is trash. And to Paige, this is offensive because she's been in live theater.
No, like
right?
Okay, but wait, we talked about the original, like you saw the recording of it from years ago. No. I thought we talked about that.
No, I just listened to you talk about it.
Wow. Okay. There was a
and I was like, cool.
There was a recording of the original Broadway run that was on the internet, and it was fucking hilarious. And then years later, it toured and then started making the rounds. And yeah, we caught it here in the city. I think twice. But yeah, how about that?
So before that, went down to Victoria, beautiful city, really pretty city. Like top shelf, like pretty city, gorgeous, walkable. Took my little man to the Beacon Hill Children's Animal Farm.
Oh.
In Victoria.
Okay.
Is a large scale public park filled with wandering peacocks, alpacas, pigs, ducks, goose, and goats. And we took my little man to pet the piggies and pet the alpacas and pet the goats. And he petted those goats and he had a great time.
Did he see any for the first time?
Oh, this is the first time he's seen a goat.
Okay.
This is the first time he's seen a pig in person.
Okay.
And an alpaca.
Yeah.
And he was super stoked about it and had a great time. But better than that is that, like, because who knows what the memory thing is, right? So you go, hey, little man, like 4 days later, you're like, hey, little man, did you go to the park? And he goes, yeah. You know how he does. And I go, what did you do at the park 2-3 days ago? Right? Mm-hmm. He goes, pet, pig, pet, goat. I'm like, okay, memory.
Yep.
Like, it wasn't a transitional good time. Like, memory loaded in of petting the goats.
And you got the photos and the memory to like reinforce in the future as well. Because that's the thing is like it's in there, right? But so for me, like some of my earliest memories I have are like Disney at 5, because everything I have before that was just people describing things to me, and you start thinking thinking about what they described more than what you actually lived through. So like having that stuff to reinforce it is really crucial and important. Yeah.
And also I'm really thrilled because my first experience with goats and animals as a child that were not dogs or cats were all universally horrible nightmares.
Oh, Granby?
So like my parents brought me to Park Safari when I was 3.
Park Safari.
And then they put me in the goat enclosure and said, go pet the goats. But they didn't go in with me. And so then the goats started to eat my jacket. And I started to lose my fucking mind because the goats were eating my clothes off my body.
The fucking irresponsibility. Dude, oh my God. Yeah, in you go. You'll figure it out.
And then back when SeaWorld was a thing, and I went to SeaWorld when I was like 4 or 5, and my dad was like, hey, Pat, why don't you go feed the deers? So what he did was he took a handful of deer food and gave it to 5-year-old Pat, the smallest child you've ever seen, and sent me off by myself to feed the deers that towered over me. So what happened? This massive batch of baby deers just knocked Tiny Pat over and were like, give me the treat. So my dad had to like grab me. So these were not good situations,
sucks.
Right?
You were set up to fail. Hold on. Did you mean Marineland?
Yeah, absolutely. These were massive parental mistakes.
Did you mean Marineland?
So, yeah, it was Marineland. Yeah, Niagara Falls.
Canadian nightmare. Yeah, okay. All right.
Horrible story. So me and Paige bring the little man into the goat enclosure, and Dad crouches down, goes, pet, pet, pet the goat. And my little guy goes, pet, pet, pet. And he petted the goat, and the goat like got near him, and he was like, I'm cool with the goat. And he petted it, and he was chill, and it was like a good time. Didn't fuck it up. The fear of fucking it up is so intense. You got the one shot at the first time.
No, you should be afraid of deer. You like, based on what you just,
I don't like deer.
You should, what you just described should be a one and done, I'm out experience.
I'm also not big on goats in general, like, because I can remember being afraid that they're going to eat my clothes. It's like a core formative memory.
You had fun in Nara.
Yeah, but Nara deer are more polite than Western deer.
They are. Japanese deer are more polite.
They literally are.
They understand the common courtesy.
They have social norms.
They do. They really believe in the collective good. You know, they care about society and order. Just less selfish, you know.
So then we hung out with the boy, did Beacon Hill, petted the animals, saw a bunch of peacocks. It's just peacocks all over that place. That's the weirdest part. Mm-hmm. Like free roaming peacocks throughout the whole park. Mm-hmm. Then we went down to a place called Quasars in Victoria, which is a basement arcade.
Okay.
And Quasars is very cool, very classic style, old style arcade. It has the only House of the Dead 2 cabinet I've encountered in decades that the guns have the sights on correct and the elastics aren't busted to shit.
Okay.
Like I got there and I walked, there's a House of the Dead 2 machine. I'm like, okay, let's see how broken this one is. And I put a token in and shot it, and it went where it was supposed to, and the elastic on the gun worked fine.
Yeah.
I went over to the guy like that was clearly stoned running the fucking thing. I'm like, I can't believe the elastic isn't busted on this fucking thing. And he goes, yeah, I know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, keeping it in good condition is also an extreme rarity. Shout outs to Cidercade in Texas. Yeah. That's really, really cool. Okay.
It's so that those guns were not made to last, and now they're over 20 years old.
So there's a thing that's been popping up around recently, which is like, because all arcades died and atrophied, right? In this area, the only things existing were the machines that were inside the movie theater, right? Everything else, fuck you. But something that's been popping up recently has been claw machine zones.
Well, that's just gambling.
Has that? I don't know if you've been getting like Japanese style claw machine like rooms. Okay, they're a big trend popping up over here. And I walked into one with a couple friends before, and I was like, oh yeah, this is okay. It's kind of, it's doing the Japanese style thing, but the feeling of the lights and the music and everything going, and you have all those little machines, but then there's some kid arcade machines to like, and little things to ride on. And I was like, oh fuck, you know what? Actually, I'm glad these are here, because if they weren't, there would be no experience of the walking into an arcade feeling as a kid for her when she gets here. All right? If this is the only way to get that feeling of, whoa, the lights and all the fucking bells and whistles.
Well, I gotta be blunt, because like, I think you might have overshot the target on this. Anybody watching this live can see that there is a functional, brightly lit, colorful arcade in your background. Like,
yeah,
I think you're good, but I think you're fine.
She's not going to be up here for a while, you know.
I know, but
we'll get there. She might be sick of it at that point, to be perfectly honest.
That's the danger. That I'm constantly like mitigating myself to not be like, check this out.
Yeah, but the feeling, the feeling of walking into the rows of games and fun stuff, like that, those places were just dead here, and now that they exist, I'm like, you know what? I don't really care for claw machines, but at least it gives something possible for her to experience that. So that's super cool. And what did he run to?
Oh, the little man. Oh, he had split off from us to go hang out with Auntie and the other grandkids. Paige and I were out on the town by ourselves.
Oh, okay. House of the Dead was for you.
Yeah, it was for us.
Yes, okay, correct.
No, we wouldn't have brought the little man to an arcade at 2. It's way too loud, way too
fair.
High stim.
Fair.
So then we went, just a very minor side note, then we went to a Japanese restaurant that I can't remember, in which me and Paige, once we ordered, were like, oh my God, that old lady who took our order fucking hates us. Holy shit.
What happened?
Like, she hates us. No, she just, like, she looked at us and I could just feel how mad she was to be serving anyone in her restaurant.
So that means the food was incredible, right?
It was incredible. Yeah. It was fantastic. Yeah. It was absolutely stellar.
Let's go.
I was like live posting it while it was happening. I was like, in a restaurant, I think everyone here hates us.
Correct.
The food is fire. It's incredible.
The more they hate you being there, the better it's going to taste. Love it.
Fucking
contempt is the best spice.
I had to ask her a couple times about like what kind of noodles I wanted with my soup, and she was just like fucking trying not to roll her eyes and just.
Yep. Nothing tastes better than malice on your dinner.
So then we went down to the Royal Vic Theater where we could see the Book of Mormon.
Yes.
And a miracle happened. We got good seats.
Yeah.
Like center middle row. So like maybe 8 rows from the back on the main floor. Packed house. The 2 people who had seats in front of us never showed up.
Whoa, that's fucking lucky.
Just the absolute most peak viewing experience conceivable.
Damn.
And like I tried to point it out, and Paige was like, "Shut up." Shut up. If you
don't
say
ruin it.
something,
Don't ruin
the
it.
tallest man in the world is going to come to the theater.
That's great. Especially for that one.
So I as I said earlier, have never seen live theater ever. And I've also been one of those guys 8 rows from the stage. I don't know what I said that's different, but I was not from the back. No, 8 rows from the stage. So like near the front. Yeah. We were close to the front. And I'm one of those people that goes, explain why this is good. And then people have a trouble explaining it. And I go, that sounds like shit. It must be bad and you must be stupid, which is a very difficult personality type to actually engage
Hard
with.
Cut to Hasadiga Ibawai.
Yeah. So I think that might have been one of my least favorites.
Maggots in my scrotum didn't get you.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But we like All American Prophet is probably our favorite.
Oh man, it's bangers. It's so good.
But what's interesting to me, because I don't have a whole lot of experience with Mormons, right? I have one experience in which I scared the Mormons in my neighborhood away from my house because they kept showing up over and over, and Paige would handle it. And Paige was too nice to be like, fuck off. She'd always defer. She'd always be like, "Oh, we're really busy right now."
You see, but without being harsh enough, you leave the polite window for revisiting.
So, I got, at some point she saw them out the window and she's like, "Pat, fine." That's the scenario I live with in my life, where eventually someone goes, "Pat, can you just use your words?"
I remember this. You stepped in,
and I hit them with my favorite shutdown ever, where I opened the door and they got 2 words in and I just said, "Yeah, I don't care about any of that shit."
Yes, right, yeah.
And they just had no idea how to play off that.
You see, this was where one of my early encounters was when I was still in the church. So I took it as an opportunity to debate, which they were at first like, "Ooh, we got one," and then
they're like,
"Yeah,"
no,
and then cut to the clock, and then cut to like, "What the fuck are we doing? Why are we?"
See, what you did is you did a public service because you cut down on the amount of visits
that they can make it to other houses. There you go.
Right?
Yep.
So to their credit, despite coming to my house a lot, they were always very nice and very polite.
Of course,
very, very kind. Right?
Yeah.
So, Book of Mormon is an incredible fucking musical. Absolutely stellar. Hilarious. Had a big old grin on the whole time, sitting on the edge of my seat. Audibly gasped at a significant number of plot points and just like, oh god, no. Best use, most intense use of whiteface I have seen to date.
Do you remember, was there a point where it just got you like sniper headshot? Can you think there's a point where I remember just absolutely losing it? It was the big step forward and inhale and white boy going, "I am Africa."
That's pretty late. For my audience,
nuclear.
For my audience, it was turn it off.
Yeah, like a light switch, shut it down.
It was take those gay thoughts and put them into a box and crush it. And just had to put the song on hold for about 10 seconds because the audience couldn't handle it.
Turn it off. Like a light switch, shut it down.
Wonderful experience. Fantastic. Of note, the cast we saw, the gentleman playing Elder Cunningham. Let me see if I can get his name out of here.
That's not the main guy, right? I forgot the name.
It is the goofy
main guy. Main guy, yeah.
Let's see. Named Diego Enrico. Was incredible. Fantastic.
Would have to be
just as good as what you expect out of Josh Gad or any of the others. It's his first role.
Whoa.
This is straight. He has no credits. This is his first credit.
Okay. So
that's Diego Enrico.
The touring cast.
I'll follow him on Instagram, and he's got nothing on his Instagram because he's brand new.
That's crazy. because I know that like as soon as something goes off Broadway into like into a tour, you know, it's a bit like the Final Fantasy concerts or things like that, where they start getting a touring group to like, you know, people that are willing to like, yeah, and so they have to get the cast different. You're never going to see the original cast members, of course, that were there. Usually at that point they're often famous, and depending on where the tour is happening, what country and such, you're getting a completely different cast. But you know, you would hope that like, yeah, stringent rules for like, okay, if you're able to fucking get cast here, you're perfect for the role. So that's awesome. That's really cool. First time.
Very few notes. Absolutely incredible experience. Fantastic musical. This was a thing for Paige's birthday, which is also one of those like segues, and now she's like, well, now we got to go see more live theater because you know it's good. You can't complain, right?
So that's the thing, and like, unlike, okay, there's a lot of like, not every live theater show is going to be like this targeted to like our sense of humor, admittedly, but obviously,
this is kind of a
South Park guys, you know. What sucks is the other one was Avenue Q, but like that never toured or got as famous as this did, and that was basically Sesame Street but R-rated, you know.
You know what's been a really funny process? Me talking to Paige about talking to you about this on the podcast, and Paige is like, I bet any amount of money that Wooly has not seen the Book of Mormon, and I would go as I knew you had already seen it and was just holding on to that
like 3 times.
Didn't know you had also seen Avenue Q. Though that's hilarious.
That's the problem, is I have not seen Avenue Q. Like,
oh no,
I want to. I've heard the music, I listened to the soundtrack of it, you know, but I haven't seen the actual show.
So yeah, listening to the soundtrack on the way home, right? Really put into practice, like, wow, how different it is to listen to the album of a musical than it is to see a musical perform. Like, really genuinely impressive. I do have one thing. I have one tiny little complaint about everyone I've ever spoken to, including Paige, about the sell of live theater. And I think it's a respectability problem. Every single conversation I have ever had about live theater, they go, but it's different. It's different when you're there and it's live. And they're talking about that je ne sais quoi, right? That live energy, that in your face production.
Yeah.
Right. And I go, oh, like a wrestling show. And everyone goes, wow.
Oh, fuck off. No.
Kind of.
No.
And it's like, no.
Exactly the same. It is exactly the same.
It is
exactly like a wrestling show. It is exactly like live comedy. It is an audience with a room where the laughs are bouncing off the walls and you're there with it.
It's crowd energy plus sublimation and the loss of body. So you like, I felt myself like rise up, and so I was like kind of looking down on the.
It's in the moment.
And
that's
to the
it.
left of my body.
Combined with a live,
exactly the same.
Combined with live music.
Watching the Mormons turn it off like a light switch is the same as Undertaker getting up again.
Yes. Combined with live music,
exactly the same.
and like the enjoy, especially when the songs are good.
I didn't say it was different, Paige. Oh, wait, I can't argue with her. It's her birthday.
Okay.
Of course you did. I'm definitely mistaken, sweetheart.
So yes, it's 100% that. The crowd energy, the room, the live concert, all of that is real. It's a tangible fucking enhancer of these events. Yeah.
I will say though one thing, and this is a social consideration. Intermissions 20 minutes. I got up to stretch my legs and saw the bathroom line and was like, every single one of you is fucking kidding yourselves. You like, I watched like a good 200 people lose their minds thinking they were going to be able to piss during this 20-minute intermission. I couldn't believe it. Like, you know, when you're walking down a line and you hit like guy number 100 in the line, and then you see the 100 guys after him.
So
have you all lost your fucking minds?
Oftentimes it's girl 100. You know?
Oh yeah, no. Women should carry a bottle.
It's rough going. So now that you have been converted and shown the light, then when's Spider-Man turn off the dark?
We were talking about that a lot, actually. Paige was like, man, I wish I'd seen that shit before it killed all those people.
Including
and I was
fucking
like,
audience members that might fall on you. You know?
Yeah.
If you're willing to risk a Spider-Man actor falling on top of you,
Yeah, dude.
Then
I would risk that. I don't care.
Damn.
You probably get a sick ass settlement if you lose an arm at the Spider-Man show.
That'd be hot.
Yeah, dude. That's workman's comp forever. Because Spider-Man. So that our birthday extravaganza was excellent. Everything went great. The baby got a bunch of cool goat-based memories. I got to see live theater. Paige got to feel like the smuggest bitch in the world because she was right about live theater, something we've been back and forthing on like our entire relationship.
But here's another thing, and this might be a dampener. So I don't, it might be. Like,
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Book of Mormon is like the best live thing I've ever seen.
I know you were going to say that. I know you're going to say that.
It's like, it's actually the best.
I use that against her because I'm like, oh, I'll definitely go to more live theater with you as long as you can handle after every single one. Like, I wasn't as good as Book of Mormon.
It really is all downhill from here. Like it's. I'm sorry to say, you're never gonna hit that. It's
like
phenomenal.
One of those things that in the same conversation of Book of Mormon, I'm like, so. Unfortunately, to all people who don't exist in the time and place, the loudest, most pop-off event I've ever seen in my life was the first show of the first day of the first week of South Park the movie in a Canadian theater in Canada.
Yeah.
Like the earliest a human being could have ever heard blame Canada with a batch of hundreds of 14-year-olds. Like, oh my God,
us getting the spotlight in the South Park movie was kind of wild.
Oh, it was the sickest
I couldn't believe
dude.
how much attention we were getting paid.
Oh, I loved it. It's me. Blame me.
Yeah.
So that went great. I also played a couple video games. I beat DK Bonanza.
Okay.
DK Bonanza is uniformly excellent, top to bottom, absolutely amazing, top shelf Nintendo game.
Banana scraping?
No.
Okay.
No, I got like anything that was in my way. I got it, and there's a lot in your way. Like I ended the game with full half of all bananas.
Okay.
Like 500 out of 1,000 bananas. Fucking great game. Weird difficulty curve where it's a joke. Like it's a joke until the 99% mark, and then it gets really hard.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Like the very, very last level all of a sudden gets super hard.
Is it Nintendo hard?
It's really weird.
Where it's like it's hard, but the penalty for failure is just a couple seconds lost?
No, you start to die and have to have like a boss run, like a Dark Souls game.
Oh wow. Okay.
Okay. However, I will say, do you remember me making fun of Nintendo fans because everyone was going crazy about you know what, fun, we're gonna just
okay. Now for those of you who are like, oh, like a Kirby game, no, Kirby gets hard after you beat the boss, right?
Yeah,
that's it. It begins once you hit first credits. What's going on?
I was making fun of Nintendo people because all of a sudden everyone's like, oh my God, Donkey Kong has like so much going on. It's so crazy. There's so many spoilers about it. You gotta have shh, right? You remember that attitude? And I was like, you people all sound insane. This is fucking Donkey Kong. It's gonna be like a guy shows up and goes, I'm gonna eat the bananas, and Donkey Kong's gonna go, no, my banana, and it's fucking Donkey Kong. Shut up. And then I was reached out and I was like, no, man, it's really good. You should be careful. You shouldn't, right? I'm gonna go back on what I said. It's a fucking Donkey Kong game.
Yeah.
Like the Nintendo people are insane and don't know what spoilers are. Like we're not even talking a twist here. Wait. It's fucking ridiculous.
You're gonna go back. You said you're gonna go back on what you said, but you mean
I'm gonna go back to my original state.
To what you said, not back on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys sound like insane people.
Okay.
You sound like Disney adults. You sound like, I don't know if you'll remember this. This is so ancient. You all sound like that guy crashing out on that NeoGAF Tropical Freeze thread that had Rambi the Rhino in the title, going, "You motherfuckers, I can't believe you ruined the surprise that Rambi the Rhino was there." Insane.
Okay.
Just ridiculous.
Okay.
What a great game. What an incredible game. And my YouTube comments are dog shit right now because I got to the end of that game's story and went, "Huh, cool." And no more.
And you should have emoted more.
And I didn't pop off hard enough.
No, don't do that.
But yeah,
That's
no, absolutely
bad.
excellent. Fantastic final gauntlet, like final set of challenges. Though I think that it could have curved up a little more smoothly. It goes from my baby could beat this section to took me like an hour and a half to get like the last 3 bananas.
Okay, is there a post-credit challenge and you know
yes, absolutely. There is a large scale post-credit challenge.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I expect to step up all these things.
5 super difficult levels that you need increasing amounts of total bananas to unlock.
Okay. Yeah.
So like the very first challenge is like, well, you can attempt it at 300 bananas.
Right.
I'm like, well, I have 500, so I could try it. But like, and it'll escalate.
Like the Mario Galaxy, like Black Stars or whatever they were. Like, yeah. Okay.
Great game. Nintendo people are insane. They are the Disney adults of video games. It's cringe. Stop it. It's a cartoon monkey that eats bananas. That is all to be said. Incredible game. Absolutely fantastic. Probably my number 2 this year after Expedition 33.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that order maintained, actually, because there's been some speak of that being upset or
it might win over it because people I'm gonna hold all the thoughts that I was about to say.
Okay, that's fine.
It might win because people have shittier taste than me. But
I do also remember in terms of like whatever lore things and stuff. It's like, you know, there is that feeling of like when something like nothing in a series of like childhood property where nothing ever happens. The decision to suddenly make something happen is always like, oh wait, are you actually doing something?
That'd be crazy if something happened.
But then, and I remember
that'd be wild if something happened.
And so when I was thinking of Mario Odyssey, and I was like, oh wait, are you gonna do it? And then they're like, nah. And I was like,
yeah, it's kind of like that.
And I was like, why? Come on, just make something happen. And they're like, no. It needs to live forever, and things can't happen otherwise. If things happen, then it won't be forever.
Yeah, that's you kind of described my exact thought process here, actually. Moving on from Donkey Kong, great game. I'm gonna go back to it every now and then when I feel like hearing "oh banana" and just scrape it up, but I'm definitely not gonna go for completion. Late last night, I was like, fuck it, it's really late, everyone in my house is asleep, I'm just gonna play Fear and Hunger 2 on stream. Fuck it.
Okay.
So I'm well aware that you, my friend, are a fungerite or whatever y'all call yourselves.
I have fungered, but
you've got that funger on.
But
funger 1.
Funger 1. I didn't funger 2.
Yeah.
Which I hear is way better and
so
improves on all the bullshit.
I'm going to tell this in reverse order. I played Funger 2 enough to be like, I'm going to try out Funger 1, and then played Funger 1 for a half hour at 1:30 in the morning by myself and was like, fuck this.
Okay. Yeah. That's, yeah.
I'm not going back to this. Holy shit.
But you tried. You know what? As long as you tried. That's it. So you see the difference.
So the issue with Funger 1 over 2 is like movement and item use and
hunger
inventory. Meter. No, I'm talking like control.
Basic.
Like moving through menus, walking around. Is incomparably worse in the first game. Like that weird stutter step that the environment does when you move in Funger 1 is terrible.
Yep, it feels like that RPG Maker ass basic style beginner's experimental project, you know, student project. In that half hour of Funger 1, did you get got?
Oh yeah, I got a couple times. I discovered that I shouldn't fight anything.
Ah, yes,
is what I discovered.
Were you were you sodomized then?
No. I played Funger 2 on the stream, and just to be sure, I added the censorship mod by some raccoon man.
Okay.
Though Funger 2 has an official Twitch category.
Yeah.
And censoring it is not required. But I was like, whatever.
Because boy, really is Funger 1 edgy.
Yeah, it seemed like only cover up like 2 or 3 enemies like dick and balls.
Okay.
Though I did have a fun time while playing Funger 2. Every time I boot it, I get like an error from RPG Maker that doesn't make any sense.
Classic.
And when someone killed me, like the game crashed super hard and the command line came up. This is like a brand new install off Steam. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
As it should be. No, I mean I feel so the further you go into Funger 1, the more you feel the kid in grade 11 or 12 just impressing his friends by edging the fuck out, right? And 2, I believe, is like the let's refine the ideas into an actual video game. So my understanding is, besides like you know, the improvements mechanically and such, there's the overall flow and narrative and events happening are also not so like, all right, we get it, yes, look at the monster with the big dong that's gonna grab you and fucking, you know, again sodomize, and then you're crawling around in the dark, and then the dogs get you, and then also, hey man, do you like Berserk?
So Fear and Hunger 2 takes place in a more modern setting. It takes place in like the 40s in Bohemia. And like very old-timey, but like still more modern. I got soft locked on my very first try. The tutorial monster cut off my arms and legs.
And that was that.
And then I couldn't move, and then I had to choose die.
Yeah.
Vicious and unkind is kind of underselling it. Like it is a JRPG roguelike that just demands perfection per encounter.
But it does suffer. You were describing Horizon and how the encounters stopped being a thing because they're puzzles to solve.
Yes, that's right.
This has that exact problem where
arms hit the arm. Well, hit the arm right now.
Depends on what you're fighting.
Sure, but like they're one of the first enemies in the game is like a guy with a rifle. I picked Marco, the Punchman, who looks like a JoJo character. I'm like, pick the evade skill so that the monster has like a dramatically less likely chance of killing me.
Okay.
And then punch his arms off.
So yeah, who you pick, what your character has, and then what you're fighting are all, you know, that you could just get the wrong thing and do the wrong thing. But once you learn the solution, they should never be a problem again, you know?
Yeah.
Should.
But barring crit, barring unluck, barring disaster. And so, you know, I got a little bit in there. I fought some dudes. I got infected. Then I cured being infected. Then I got infected again.
What difficulty,
then I got
by
a
the
bleed.
way? Or
what's that?
Were there difficulty choices to...
There are 3 difficulties in Fear and Hunger 2.
Okay.
The first is the main difficulty is called Fear and Hunger, which is the middle.
Yeah.
Then there's Masochist, which is the top difficulty. And then there's just easier Fear and Hunger, which is the easier.
Okay, so there was one called Terror and Starvation in the in the
second game. Sorry, in the first game, Fear and Hunger is your easy mode, and then Terror and Starvation is the second one, and so on and so forth. In the second game, Fear and Hunger is your standard normal difficulty.
Okay, because there's the biggest detail that changes the whole way the game fucking feels is torches and light. And I don't know if that plays at all a role in 2.
It's not a factor in the second game at all.
Okay, that's huge.
The game takes place during the day. Well, it starts during the day.
Okay.
Right. Really, really fascinating aesthetic. well written for a guy whose second language is clearly English. Like a lot of minor typos, a lot of suspicious amounts of Finnish words. Like if even had I not known, I would have been able to pick this out. I was like, oh, a Finn wrote this. The word percolate is in this fucking thing.
I mean, when you see the credits rolling for one, it's the funniest thing because there's just like, it's all the different roles, but it's just like story by Miro, art by Miro. Yeah. Miro did everything. Fucking Miro, though. Like,
really cool game. Feels like it has a really genuinely excellent progression of, yes, that did one-shot me and wipe me out and fuck my shit up, but I learned a concrete piece of information that will allow me to survive that encounter next time.
Okay. And saving as well was like pretty normal?
You can save. I only found a temporary save point.
Okay.
I found a book of enlightenment.
Okay.
That lets you save when you pick it up.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I did and I picked it up when I had 1 HP and was bleeding to death. So that was a really good pickup.
Good.
And number 2, it's over 3 days, and each day has like 3 time periods. And I believe saving pushes the time period forward.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you got a good chunk of what that.
Yeah, I did about 90 minutes to 2 hours of it, and like dismal failures, but the dismal failure was further along each time. It's got 8 characters. I think the dev said that they're going to work on making all 14 characters in the story playable.
Work on, as in update, as in still.
No, they're still updating it.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow, I had no idea.
The characters, even from the very, very brief time that I played, are very different. Things such as start with a gun or a boxer, which can do excellent damage with just their fists, or botanist in a wheelchair who can identify all plants right off the bat.
Yeah, cool. That's great.
Super cool game. Looking very forward to messing around with it further. Don't know if I'm going to keep messing around with it on stream. Maybe.
Well, you can see how it's like content fucking farming, right? Like,
absolutely.
It is made for
people are excited to see the failure.
Run stoppers.
Yeah, and they're constant. And last but not least, I started my new show Beelining with Xenoblade Chronicles DE.
Awesome intro, by the way. Very cool.
Fucking Quiet Viking is the shit.
Yeah.
I contacted him and it was like, I want the cheapest, shittiest intro you can fart out in a week.
Nah.
And he's like, got it. Incredible.
Failed the assignment. Too high effort.
Yeah. So Beelining is the attempt to be a normal human being playing a video game.
Okay, so I take issue with...
You want to complain?
With the people who have been going, oh, so you're doing what normal people do. No, because not playing any side quests, to me, that's not the normal thing.
So that's not it either. No, I have to keep re-explaining this. So here's the thing. I did the Celeste Mind Goblin stream with the strawberries, if you remember, a long time ago, which I'm like, I tried to play Celeste, but I couldn't because I tried to get every single strawberry, right? Which is impossible. Well, it's not impossible, but it's horrible, right? So then I did a Celeste stream, so I'm going to get no strawberries. That'll show Celeste.
God, yeah, right, the strawberries.
Which ended up being an even more mentally ill playthrough than the strawberry one. because I was like
avoiding them,
loading into rooms and then like dashing around
the strawberry,
to not touch the strawberries in a panic.
Right. Yes.
So it was much more mentally ill.
That was the strawberry thing. I still don't follow you on that one, but regardless, we got here. And in this case, we talked about it, and the idea was essentially to, not do anything that was not right in your way or go out of your way for stuff.
So I did not know this before I picked Xenoblade Chronicles, but Xenoblade Chronicles has a main quest line on the minimap that is a yellow line that it
says go there,
a yellow dotted line that points this is the way to the next story beat.
Fucking perfect.
It is literally a B line. It is crazy.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
And the attempt to play a game like I'm Gene Park is to be normal, not all nothing and not all everything. I am trying to force myself into the intended design.
Okay. For
Xenoblade Chronicles DE, which I put an exclamation point at the end, so everyone keeps coming in going, what the fuck is Xenoblade DEI? It's a game filled with British people, guys. Come on. So it is like, there's the main quest. I'm going to walk towards it. If there is a exclamation point for a side quest within 15 feet of that corridor, I will go, pick it up, mash through the dialogue, and go back onto the line. Mm-hmm. And if I'm on that line and
it's right
20
there.
feet over to the left is, it's right there. Okay, do it. It's right there. I'll do it. But like you pull up the map in Xenoblade Chronicles on my save file. It's fucking hilarious because the revealed map is it's a fucking corridor.
Right.
Like Gower Plains is like one line throughout the whole thing.
Important detail: mashing through the dialogue on those pickups.
Yeah, they're fucking terrible. They're so boring.
As opposed to the main line dialogue and everything.
Yeah, no, I don't do that.
Yes.
Right. And the other thing is that the game has like a crafting system that's like make gems to slot in. And I walked up to the furnace and went, I'm going to use all my materials on what I think is good. And then I did it, and then I slotted them in, and then I left. And I never opened up my phone or argued with my chat as to, so what do I want to put on Shulk? Do I want agility or HP? Now I'm like, oh, that seems good.
Yeah. Now,
and just did
now
it.
That is normcore, right? Just making things at your, just based on the whim of what you're looking at, absolutely intended. And picking up side quests at your leisure is what that, I mean, it can't possibly be because of previously established lore here.
Yeah. So I had a bunch of so I'm almost 40, and despite the fact that this is like I'm no longer mentally ill. I'm very normal. There were many moments of like realizations so obvious I sound like I have a learning disability. Like getting to the boss fight at the correct level where the boss was one level above me, and fighting the boss and like dealing with the mechanics of the boss and going, wow, this fight's really great when you're not 15 levels above.
Because the thing you killed just outside that made you way stronger. Yes.
Yeah. The other thing, the worst one was like I got 2 party members in my party during the last session, and they joined at the level that my other characters were at.
Yeah.
When Charla joined the party, she was level 17 and Ryan and Shulk were level 17. And I went, wow, do they match the party to your level? And chat went, no. And I went, that's crazy.
There you go.
I can't believe
There you go. Yeah.
And that happened again with the fourth party member at 24 and 24. I'm like, did they match that? Like, no. That's what you're supposed to be.
In QA, we call that user path 1. This is the correct path, and those numbers are exactly where they're supposed to be at that point.
Like when I played Metaphor, the last 2 people to join my party were tens of levels below me. Like tens of, very bad. And then I said, I guess the revelation to my own mind that was like obvious to everyone else who plays video games forever, which was I beat the boss and then I'm continuing on. I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to go towards the main story, and if it gets too tough, then I'm supposed to go do the side stuff and get stronger for the main story. I'm not supposed to do all the side stuff and then complain that the main story is too easy. Oh.
Wait, like, yes? Because doing all the stuff always makes you too strong for the challenge?
Okay, Wooly, I know we're on a podcast, and I know that this is the worst thing that I could ever do. But the only way I can think of making this make sense is to use a food analogy. Okay. So, when you have your steak and your mashed potatoes and your corn, right? Standard meat and potatoes meal, right?
Yes.
Well, the steak is the best part and it's the main course. So what you do is you eat all of your mashed potatoes and then all of your corn. And then once the lesser parts are out of the way, then you start on your steak. And that's how you eat a meal. And this is not an analogy. This is how I literally think. You eat all of the sides first so that they're out of the way for when you eat your main.
You eat the meal in chronological order, in qualitative order.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And you don't let them touch.
Right. So, no.
Yeah, I guess, right?
And I mean, if anything, it would be indicative, because if you beat all that side shit and then went back to the main stuff and you are now just above the level, that'd be one thing. But you're never just above the level. You're always way past it.
So I played Xenoblade 1 was chosen for this sequence. For the show idea, because when I played Xenoblade 1, I spent about 100 hours getting to like the 30% mark because I did every side quest. And what this resulted in is that when I would be playing Xenoblade, like in the section that I just did, right, Gower Plains, I would be engaging in what were essentially MMO kill, get me 10 boar asses quests for like 15 hours. And then when I was like, well, now it's on to do the story, I would go and do the story and clown the fights so hard that the story parts that are supposed to be the good bits would last like 25 minutes instead of the
longer cinematic
hour and a half
through the dungeon. Yeah.
So I was playing through the sequence. It's the Ethermine sequence and Xenoblade Chronicles 1. It's very early, and I was playing through that. And I was like, wow, I don't remember the game having this much voice acting. Like everything is fully voice acted. And then I realized, oh, I didn't remember that because there were 10-hour fucking sessions in between spoken lines of dialogue.
Now, ill though you might be,
no longer,
right? there is still blame on any time a game and its side quests are so dull, uninteresting, and repetitive that you mentally are checked out while doing them, because that shit, like, it sucks, but it's lazy and it's a filler, you know. And we've talked about it like last time and so on, but like Cyberpunk, I went through that in a really strange way because I was waiting for mainstream content was premium, and then off-screen content was the extra, doing all these NCPD missions. But
absolutely,
if anyone were to play that way normally, it would be exhaustingly boring. It would be.
So I did that exact thing and stopped streaming Cyberpunk for the exact same reason.
It would suck.
I would do the story mission on stream, and then I would spend like 3 days doing every Cyber Psycho and every the cop mission. Yeah. And by the end of that, I'd be like, I'm actually really bored of this gameplay because I'm just doing contextless gameplay.
Yes, yeah, you're ruining the experience. Absolutely.
And it's like, oh, when I'm supposed to, for Cyberpunk, I'm supposed to do main stuff until I see a side quest that I think is interesting, or I can't buy an upgrade.
Now,
so I'll do some generic stuff, or I want to practice the deflecting thing.
But here's the thing, right? I'm a fellow like fucking online streaming shitlord, and I also I know you, so let me steel man you here, right?
Hey, that's kind of you.
When you are choosing at a whim which random townsfolk to help and not help, and or which dungeons to walk into and kill and which ones to not clear out, the feeling that like, oh, but what if something really cool that I enjoyed was in that one, and not knowing sucks.
Exactly.
It sucks to not know that and to just move on and ignore it for the rest of the game. That's not a good feeling.
So streaming has actually made this version of me way worse, because I thought about that before I ever started streaming or LPing. And then streaming and LPing made it way worse. And now I'm like that all the time, even when no one can look.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the conversation that caused this idea, which was basically me going, well, what if the one side quest I don't do is the best side quest in the game? To which many people were like, that doesn't happen anymore. In fact, that hasn't happened in like decades.
I mean, in Cyberpunk,
not really. The most hidden out of the way side quest is rarely the best one.
No, but in Cyberpunk, there was certainly skippable, missable, awesome stuff that like I had to be pointed in the direction of. So I don't really think that's true. I think it's legit to be like, oh, that sucks. I wouldn't have wanted to miss that, right? And if you're somebody that goes, well, just deal with it. That's what it is. You just got to pick stuff and go, and that's how it goes. And maybe that's what second playthroughs are for. You're like, yes, okay, but I like video games because of the things that I'm describing that I don't want to miss here. This is why I enjoy the medium, right?
So
if you just you can't just dismiss that outright. So that is a reasonable reason to not want to avoid that shit.
So I can now mentally look back on the events that caused this mental disease to take a strong hold over me, like an iron hold over me. The first of which is when I was 11, I got really, really into survival horror games, right? And that became like a long-term basis for like the content that I make and the things that I'm into. I'm crazy about those old style Resident Evil games, right? Those old style Resident Evil games, you can get to the end of your save file and be like, well, I'm fucked. I used up too much ammunition. Right. There aren't enough dead enemies. I don't know where enough of the ammo is. I'm fucked. Have to start the whole fucking thing over. And granted, those games are like 6 hours long, so it's not that big of a deal. But it created like the item scarcity, like insanity of like, no, I could get to the end and just be genuinely incapable of beating it. Right?
You can ruin your save. Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely. Ruin it. Right. And then the second one, a series that is near and dear to my heart, but played on this mentality more than anything I can think of, is Yakuza 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
God damn, the Like a Dragon games. Yeah.
Do you know what happens? Do you know what happens when you don't do an unmarked side quest in Yakuza 1 to 5 and then the time of day changes because you went forward in the story?
It goes away. It goes away. Oh.
Locked out till Premium Adventure.
Yeah. And it's not it's not the whatchamacallit, Way of the Samurai, where it's like, oh, that's the content is the time passing thing. It's like, no, you just missed it.
1, 2, 3, and 4, the quests don't fucking show up on the map. So in 1, 2, 3, and 4, when you're walking down, you're like, I hope I run into the side quests. And so what happens, right? Well, I want to fight them on, so I need to do all the side quests. So what ends up occurring is you end up going to GameFAQs and you end up going and looking at the Yakuza 1, 2, 3, or 4 guides by the Patrick. And they will list the street corner and time of day and chapter that you will encounter every single side quest. And so you go down the list by the Patrick and you do it. And it creates this thing of like, if I don't want to miss out on legit some of the best shit in the game, I have to go and play this game with this list on my second monitor.
Right, Sirixi, yep. You could have also just told the story of an old Persona game and maxing out those S-links.
See, when I beat 4, I didn't feel like I needed to have maxed out those S-links. I maxed out everybody I cared about. Like there are like Ibihara and the shithead tower kid. Fuck them.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about them.
Okay, I thought you were guiding your way through for maximum efficiency.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Because in the Persona games, I quickly identify 3 or 4 loser S-links.
Which
that
you can choose to not
no,
give a
you're
fuck
going to be
about.
sacrificed.
Right. Unless there's an amazing skill behind it, in which case, god damn it. Yeah. That's entirely it. That's entirely it, right?
So so I I'm on track, and because of this, I'm on track to the how long to beat hour count actually being a useful metric instead of being a pipe dream.
Right.
Because when we do the how long to beat thing, it goes like 30 hours and you go, no.
Yeah.
No, add 40% to that.
Well, so Pat, here's the thing, right? Here's the magic.
Yeah.
Main, completionist,
main plus extra.
Main plus extras. What does extras mean? Extras.
Yeah, no. What's the valuable extras?
Extras.
Fuck off.
Your heart will decide. Let your heart decide what the extras are.
Going through the Xenoblade Chronicles, wow, the pacing in that game's incredible. The pacing in that game is incredible. It's really fast. There's constant story. Oh my god, the ability to, it might as well be a different game than the one I played.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Because of the nature that I'm doing it. I will say that Xenoblade Chronicles has like one specific like design flaw that is insane, is that they load you up with a million side quests, but then they have an entire section of your menu called the affinity chart that shows the relations between every single character. Like every single townsperson, and implies that that's going to be a big deal. It's a bunch of fucking pointless fluff. It's absolutely completely fucking pointless and useless and stupid and shitty and a time waster. Okay. It's a trick.
Okay. So this problem also, for me personally, depends on the flow of walking from one area to another. Like, I used to hate RPGs and random battles aggressively because of how it felt like the game was stopping constantly, and that overall flow interruption was terrible. I just hated the feeling of like, I take 2 steps and I can't get anywhere, right? So
I can't believe you beat Raido 1, by the way. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
That's the worst one I've ever played in my life.
I mean, the actual worst one I've ever played was JoJo the 7th Stand User.
But that's not a real game.
Yeah, well, because it was just so in love with Dragon Quest and random battles and non-random battles that it just decided, let's put them all in at the same time. But yeah, that pacing slog feeling is extra bogged down when you're like 2 steps to fight, 3 steps to fight, and then you have to get from one town to the other.
Xenoblade's like a big open MMO kind of thing, so you see everything on the field and you're deciding to
you're engaging.
But yeah, if anything was within like a certain cone of my vision, yeah, I'll fight you. And then I got to the bosses on level. Dude, this is gonna sound so fucked up. I have not fought RPG bosses on level in like a decade or more.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure. No, I get it. I get it.
No, FF7 Remake actually limits your XP. Like any game that you can grind it out, right? I've been like way above. Games like FF7 Remake where they're like, no, you're only going to get so fucking far. Deal with it.
But here's the alternative reality is the one where you got this great pacing and you were on level and everything was moving fine, right? But again, to steal, man, the illness, you have the alternate version of this where you got all those things, but then you're like, someone's like, oh, did you get that fucking super sick boss fight? And you're like, what? Which one? And it was like, in that cave over there. You're like, no, I went past that. And you're like, oh, you missed it. It was the coolest dude. He was full of all the things you love, and the reward was the best sword in the game.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, shit. And it's like, well, you can go replay it to get that experience if you want to go replay it.
Yeah,
are you going to replay it, or are you going to move on to another LP? Because you could
here's the thing.
You're like,
the reality that I have to deal with is that the mental back and forth over that scenario takes so much time that I could have beaten multiple other games just combined of time about hemming and hawing, right? I think about Final Fantasy 12 and the time I wasted getting the fucking right chests for the Zodiac Spear and then didn't even get far enough to get the fucking spear in the first place because I was playing that fucking game with a guide trying to do it perfect.
Yeah. It's nice to know that overall, if there's been a trend towards not making really high effort, super cool content completely missable, or at the very least, it's encouraged to the user. You know, it's nice to know that games have sort of like pushed themselves that way. And overall, you know, you as well don't want game design hates when they do something expensive and you don't see it. You know,
right?
So that's
everything expensive, or most things expensive, are going to be in your way.
That's there too, you know. So anytime a repeating, reloading quest that never fully gets cleared off or whatever starts popping back up, you can go, good, I'm safe to not care about that, you know.
Like, I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West in the background. I might have talked about this last week, but like, I'm trying to do more of the main quest at its appropriate level, and like, my desire is to scrape the map like a fax machine. And I didn't do that. And I got the Metroidvania style upgrade that opens a bunch of doors that I would have wasted my time trying to get into if I scraped the map like a fax machine.
There you go. Right. Or, you know,
it makes me feel like I have to go back and actually replay like 150 different games to do it correctly.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, like, when you unlock double time in a Persona game, and then you feel like you wasted all of those previous days.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, thank you for this reward. Actually, it's a net negative on my soul right now.
Damn. Oh,
but no.
Did you know, like, Kawakami's thing is like so crazy because you're like, wait, if I had focused her up in the first 2 months, I could have had double time this whole for like 9.
Yep. And this is, and the other side of this is just like, you can do this on things that you don't care as much about. That's kind of a little asterisk here. Is anything you care too much about, this is not going to work for.
Yeah, so Elden Ring, I did every single fucking dungeon in that game except for the like 2 at the end.
Yeah, you did.
Over a 16-day period in which I was like sick at the end of it.
Yeah. I mean,
I was sick.
I did as much of that as I could. I didn't do absolutely everything, but I did as much of that as I could. And you know, someone just pointed out, like in Nier Automata, I didn't do the Emil bit at the end there. I did everything else, but that was one we never got back to. You know, but like, as much as reasonably possible, and pushing it to that limit. But if you care about the content a whole lot, this whole discussion changes because you're really regretting not seeing what's around that corner.
So I'll send you this, Wolves. So
Goblin's Advocate.
In addition, I was so happy with I was so happy with the way the beeline things are. I had Viking make me this, which is a transparent PNG of the beelining logo.
Okay.
That I am now turning on and off during my streams.
Yeah. There we go.
So like when I got to the final sublayer in Donkey Kong, I turned that fucking logo on and went, no more banana.
This is your lab.
Go.
This is your lab. Yeah. There we go. It's just it's. I'm glad the results have been are reporting back in with successful results.
Stellar.
That's great.
I would say stellar.
That's great. Providing that. Again, we're talking about games where the amount you care,
I will say, Wooly, and this is me gaining a new version of empathy for you and your side of the streaming coin. I've never had this happen to me nearly as much as it happens to you, because you tend to play like much older games that like you missed, right? You'll play like Halo 1, right? Like 20 fucking years after it came out, right? And as soon as you started to play Halo 1, here it fucking came, like, when are you gonna get to Reach? And it's like, shut up. Oh my god. So I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles 1 that came out in 2011. And like I'm half an hour in and I'm getting comments that are like, are you gonna beeline the quests in 3? I'm like, bro, these are 100-hour RPGs. Can I even see if I'm going to continue this fucking segment to the end of the day?
No, you can't.
Please,
you can't.
Please.
The person sitting behind the keyboard has a jumbled collection of positive memories of the entire franchise, and they're grabbing all the top ones and just going, are you going to do that one? Are you going to do that one? And it doesn't matter how far apart they are or how the distance from one to the other, how practical or impractical they are. It's just my favorite memories from 1, 3, and 15 are you going to do that? But that's it. It's not a thought.
Like, I'm like, hey, can we see how successful today is? Like, not even the LP. Not even the LP. Can we just see if today goes well, guys?
There's no thought behind it whatsoever. It's just,
But you mentioned about games that are near and dear to your heart. Xenogears is like insanely near and dear to my heart. And then Xenosaga trampled on it. And once again, friend of the show, Gene Park, it's his fault because he said that Xenogears' dream was like realized in Xenoblade 3, and I'm like, you bitch, you can't fucking
is that motherfucker.
So? Yeah, and I'm like, oh, you.
Interesting.
But yeah, so did a lot this week. A lot going on. Did any Evo stuff happen?
Oh, hold on. Is Xenogears Dream Disc 2?
No, Xenogears is supposed to be part 5 of a 6-part series like Star Wars. And so Xenoblade 1 plus DLC and Xenoblade 2 plus DLC plus Xenoblade 3 plus DLC ends up being 6 parts.
There you go. Okay.
And Xenogears was supposed to be part 5, which coincidentally Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is the 5th part of that. And the main character happens to look exactly like the main character of Xenogears. And the whole love story there is about 2 people on opposing sides of a war, but then in order to fulfill the childhood desire of seeing Xenogears finished, I now must go through 450 hours of RPGs.
But they never drew the direct line. They kept it vague and
though. Hey, do you know what's a really cool aesthetic? Metallic red, and neon green.
Okay, all right. The spiritual, all right, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Let's do it. Some stuff happened.
2XKO gave fuck it.
I got some good feedback coming in.
Let's hear it.
So Evo happened, and I was not.
By the way, just a heads up, we're on a 1-hour timer. I got to be out of here in an hour and 5 minutes.
That's okay. Let's make it work. So, a couple of things happened at Evo. I was supposed to do I was gonna do something official that didn't end up happening, which is fine. But I tuned in to the best of my ability to do stuff, but I didn't get to watch the full streams in their entirety. So running down the highlights of what was cool, announcements and events. As far as the actual some of the events go, Betty versus Justin Wong, surprise, amazing event, good fight. Betty, Japanese strong jury player, and Justin, who, you know, full on family man, barely even plays Street Fighter 6, had a really clutch, sick to the edge, tooth and nail exhibition fight that had like lots of twists and turns, and yeah, it was just a fun, unexpectedly like, oh shit, this got hyped real quick kind of fight. The Wazzler did it. Beyond that, hey, guess what? Meta RD is fucking unstoppable. Just straight.
I'm glad that we live in the Blanca timeline, the timeline in which you don't play Blanca anymore.
There you go. You know, which is, yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
Allergic to top tiers, just allergic to it.
At the end of the day, too. I mean, it's like I pick a character, and if I'm having fun, well, whatever. We don't have to break this down. But yes, Meta RD is incredible with Blanca, and is a fucking goat. And you know, Tekken is they had the Anna finals, Arslan Ash won there, and man, that is
Arslan Ash won again.
I mean, at this point with Meta just like crushing 3 championships, you're going like, okay, so what's the record to go like all time, you know, all time greatest in a particular game, especially in a row. Right now him at 6 is like convincingly uncontested compared to like other entries.
If you combine NetherRealm games, where's Sonic Fox at on that? That win.
I mean, not just NetherRealm, but counting everything, Sonic Fox did beat Justin's record, I think, for the 7th Evo win. But
that's crazy.
But I think, but not
crazy.
just one, not just one. Or 8, excuse me, 8.
Jesus.
Not just one company. With the announcements, some cool shit showed up. So one, how the fuck about that Stella Bryant versus Akira Virtua Fighter 6 teaser? That was gorgeous. Little training room action.
I may have gone over that with a fine-tooth comb. If you don't want to listen to me talk about it, Rooflemonger has a great 14-minute video up. Going over.
So the coolest thing about it, which we saw a little bit in the preview trailer before this, was the blocking animation and how dynamic it is when you see Akira.
Yeah, it is. It is exactly as dynamic as it was going to appear. It's very custom for everything.
Akira is like throwing his hand up and parrying and deflecting and guarding, and it's just blocking, but like it's making the block look like a real fight, you know. And that part of it just looks fantastic. It's also a breath of fresh air because you're just seeing the characters silently, mind you, fight on a training stage and move and do buttons, hit each other, do some combos, little bit. But the comparison between that and Tekken's like fireworks show, which currently Tekken like players are upset about how much that it's become so spectacle oriented and it's losing its way from the pure fight. Virtua Fighter looks so pure. You know,
Virtua Fighter had 2 characters fight on a featureless stage to no music.
They didn't even go, they made no barks.
It was as dry as it possibly could have been. And I was like, yeah.
RGG Studio understands the assignment 100%. Silent match, and it looked great. Very clean.
It looked great. I love that there's like a heat move style cut of like, you know, Stella kicking Akira in the face and like, oh my god, it's so dramatic. It's the round ending strike.
Yes.
It's not in the fight. Yeah. It's completely separated from the gameplay.
Cinematic moment for the KO only. Also, they side announced that they're putting Dural back in VF5 in the.
That's stupid.
That's crazy.
Can't wait to see what happens there.
That's batshit. Are they that must be a rebalance because this is a competitive version.
It must be because Dural is so fucked.
Completely unfair.
Dural is so ridiculous.
She's a Necrid of all the best moves. It's like a weapon master, and then in Virtua Fighter having all the best moves is like batshit. Fucking Kage Izuna drops into Jackie flip kicks into just everything.
Oh, Doral is not tournament or online legal.
Okay, so unbalanced.
So
there you
she
go.
is as she is.
Akira shoulder block and then Jackie flip. Like yeah. Then we got a lot of coverage of Tokon Fighting Souls. Marvel. There was some folks playing matches at the stations, and then that some of that got uploaded for day one. A lot of people very confused about the flow of the game, right?
So it's got a lot like standardized inputs and like easy things all over the place, but it also has like 40 systems on top of one another. It's an Arc System Works game.
So it's more like the systems are actually fairly simple, except for there's one concept, which is assembling, which is very complicated. Right? Like everything else is pretty much just like it's Dragon Ball Fighter Z again. But
if I knock them up and then I knock them down, I can tag my guy in.
But then there's assembling, and assembling has a whole lot going on with it. For one thing, day one, people were confused and couldn't really find their routes and were not sure about the feeling of it. There was some awkward footage and some awkward play, and some people walked away feeling like unsure about it. And that's coming from the thought that if you try to play it like Marvel vs. Capcom, you will be unsuccessful. You need to play it like Arc Sys games and like a Dragon Ball game is what comes to mind in particular. Yeah. But one of the features is that like when you call in assists, they come in and then they do their little help, their move, but you can't just switch to them right away at any time like you could in like more free flowing like Infinite style games or so. There's a window of time of opportunity that has to happen after they finish their move and they're posing. And that means that like you slow down how quickly you tag back and forth between characters. 2XKO and Marvel Infinite are like stream go, right? Just put both on the screen, jump back and forth, handshake. And that pressure is pretty nuts. And I mean, it makes for an exciting game. In this case, they're going with a different flow to that. The other thing in particular is, as a newer Arc Sys game, there's a lot of screen transitions, there's a lot of slowdown moments, there's a lot of hit stop, and things are going to, every time a new character has to reassemble on your team, you're going to have a wall break style moment occur, They
really love those fucking wall breaks.
So
fucking throw a wall break, you man. That's crazy.
It became really evident watching full matches that, when they made Strive 3v3, they were just testing for this game.
Oh, yeah.
That's all that was. That whole feature that came out of nowhere where we went, why? Was like, because this is what our next game is, Yeah, I think, and they even having the shared life bar in it as well and stuff, you saw that then. It makes a lot of sense. It does work out. But I would say that like day two is where Max and some folk like started to got some combos videos from the devs showing off some stuff that were like, oh, okay, this is what you're kind of supposed to be doing. And then on the last day had some match footage fighting against them or so. So it was not immediately clear. There's definitely a weirdness to it that is not Marvel versus Capcom. Like you have to kind of let go of that idea. In terms of like how it feels and how the rhythm of the game goes. But it is similar in that you're seeing a ton of Marvel characters on the screen doing stuff,
all at once.
That is clear, but game feel is a different thing.
I think the way that your assists come on and the fact that you have to assemble your team from a 2v2 fighter into a 4v4 fighter is really genius.
Yeah.
I think it's really smart.
I like it. I think it's
because giving somebody a 4v4 team right off the bat, Jesus Christ, that's fucking intimidating. That's a lot, man. That's bananas.
It's doing its best to de-emphasize how much you need a full team, right? They really want you to feel like you can pick one and then just use them and focus lightly on the others as they eventually join in. And if you're feeling confident, hard tag to them. But like really, it's up to you, And with that, we will need this is newer on the block, but like 2XKO, this game will also need a giant roster because you're gonna feel 8 characters every single round. You know, that's going to need to have a bunch of people coming along for that game to not suffer the same kind of like vibe. But I love the like flair of like, you know, the anime versions of the characters. So of course Tony with the V-fin is one thing. But the moment I saw Star-Lord do a rainstorm all the way from the top of the screen to the bottom, and I'm like, look at his red coat. Look at his weapon switching. Look at Dante at home. We have our own fucking shit-talking gunslinger. We don't need yours. Star-Lord looks cool, and I want to main him until someone else comes along. I saw that rainstorm, and I was like, fuck, I love that. But yeah, combos, part of the factor that people are feeling is limited is because this has something similar to Killer Instinct, which is essentially like a combo limiting meter. Each time you do a hit, you could see the meter get like closer to being full, and there's a couple of ways to extend it, but if you don't really know them, after a certain number of hits or after a certain type of under a certain number of specials, the combo is just going to end no matter what you're doing. So that means that like your ability to kind of like get creative and discover and have an open sort of system, this is not that. This is a much more fixed, closed system.
No infinites here, sir.
Not even no infinites. Your overall just like wild reset game is going to be a little bit more limited.
I feel like they saw like Alpha Lab Ari in 2XKO and they're like, never.
Oh,
never.
Well, to be fair to 2XKO, as of the latest build, they also said never to Ari because she's different.
That was like one of the worst.
They completely changed that shit. Yeah, for the better. So what they're doing too as well is like that whole thing about like, I like these three characters, and this is a real Marvel problem, right? I like these three characters, but if you don't have a beam assist, get fucked, right?
Yeah.
Damn it. I want Doom missiles, but I want to pick this other. And it's like, yeah, well, too bad, right?
And then there's the opposite, which is like, oh, I want Doom's assist. I don't like playing as Doom. Like, it sucks that a full character on my slot is just assist.
I am not a Hawkeye. Like, Hawkeye was never my favorite character. I love him now, and I read that Matt Fraction book, and I was like, damn, Hawkeye's sick, actually. You know, but when Marvel 3 was out, I was like, I don't really care about Hawkeye, but I need that assist. So here we go. And this really gets rid of that problem because they're like, it doesn't matter who's on your team. It doesn't matter what's going on. Everyone has a projectile. Everyone has an uppercut. Everyone has a body like rush.
And they're all going to have different strengths. They're not all the same move.
But the idea of those three being things that can help you out in according to the situation is fantastic. And I think
like Cap's body projectile is probably stellar because it's a charging star, right? And it's nice and fat. And I'm sure Storm's like, you know,
wind
AoE
projectile, yeah,
is like super good. But you're not going to be completely missing a full part of your assist kit depending on your team.
So that's a great decision from them. The fact that the game has no push blocking is crazy because Dragon Ball Z Fighters launched where people were getting locked. Goichi was putting people in block strings for like 20 seconds plus as they were getting Gohan kicked and they couldn't do much about it. This time around, they have this like assemble like counter where it's like an alpha counter essentially. When you're blocking, you can call it a partner to knock them off of you. And if they see that happening, they can react with perfect timing to like shut down all of your assists and counter that as well. So there's a little play there. But overall, not having a thing that just says, leave me alone, get off me, and pushes you away is like, ooh, I hope you're ready to play defense. And that's going to be, I don't care how experienced or like if you're new, if you're playing fighting, whatever the fuck it is, if you can't push people off of you, you're gonna have a hard time because learning to block and getting opened up and what that is really tricky when the game fills the screen up with shit and you're stuck surrounded. You know, there's a big slow. The Soul is leaving Captain America and going into Miss Marvel, so you can't miss that. But the overwhelming feeling of like I'm surrounded and panicking is gonna be present in this game a lot. But yeah, that's kind of the deal. So just that
game looks incredible.
Looks very cool. Also, just don't expect it to be Marvel versus Capcom, and we'll have to see what people get with a chance to lab it properly. Some of the dev footage looked a bit better for sure than what people were figuring out on their own. But the players who like to figure things out on their own kind of going like they didn't like the fact that it's like, oh, what I'm looking for I'm not finding with this kind of time is a bit of a like, okay, I'm not sure where it's going, but hopefully we believe in the plan and it makes sense, and hopefully Patchy, who's the balance director here, the combat director, like, we can believe, because, storied FGC player coming from the Arxis side. Doctor Strange kind of got leaked as on a document as well, so hey, guess what?
I'm fucking shocked. I can't believe
he's gonna be there. 2XKO got some
that means it has more characters known than 2XKO.
8
at 9
with the leak. 2XKO new build, got some word on the street footage about that, or feedback on the new build as well. Some cool stuff. Big improvement with the no longer carry meter between rounds is making the game a lot better.
Good.
The fact that you just are encouraged to spend all of your super each round, each time is great. And furthermore, your partner dying and you still having some super with them, now you can use it to call in and do their big super assist, and so like there's a reason to go through all of that stuff. There's fewer timeouts and lame non-fighting moments happening as well, like a big improvement over that. And the fact that you can use your assist for most of the match, and they can push block as well, and all that stuff is just good feedback on that stuff. Vi has some particular she has some of those ducking punch combo stuff where like you can get a basic version of each of her special moves by just tapping it after a ducking move, but if you hold it for like just frame kind of timing, you get like perfect timing versions that you can do stuff with. So kind of like Luke-ish, so there's a little bit of a skill thing to getting her best combos out if you can hold and release with the right timing. I think stuff like that's fun. We got to see Lucy in Strive, and
also the announcement of 2.0.
Yeah, so the Lucy trailer, hey, guess what? Really wants to stay at your house.
That's crazy.
Hope you don't get choked up every time. But they did kind of what you'd expect, where her trailer has her in the bathtub, and then she dives into the Guilty Gear world and pops out the other side, and also is like, it seems like her memory is kind of fractured and messed up, but she appears to be looking for David. You see in her moveset she's doing a bunch of whip stuff, which is all fine. She's a whip character. She's got the guns as well. But the coolest thing, you see her hit you, and the person gets hit, and you see some of that black wall energy coming off of them as well. The coolest thing is the screen freezes, and she goes into a quick hack screen and starts selecting quick hacks and stacking them up in the trailer. And I'm like, that is awesome, right? It's kind of like when Asuka is like stacking through his deck. So hacking in mid-fight is really dope. That's all fine. And the 2.0 kind of teased artwork for Robo-Kai and Jam Kuradaberi. So guess what?
I fucking love Robo-Kai. Yeah.
Everyone loves Robo-Kai. Everyone loves Jam. So they're coming back. Good stuff. Guilty Gear Strive going healthy into its fucking 5th or 6th season. Like they're doing it. The things are doing well for them. They're thoroughly supporting this game 5 years in. Also, why wouldn't someone from the world of Cyberpunk be able to hack into the Guilty Gear world? It is the backyard, after all.
Oh, God damn it.
Did you think we were going to get out here without the backyard?
I was hoping. Fucking backyard, so fucking stupid.
I tell you, man. And then you got Tekken just announcing these characters, and you're like, wait a minute. That character has the same face as those other characters. Like,
you mean Armor King?
Yeah. Look at that king face. It's just King again. What
Looks
the hell?
Like a jaguar.
Looks like goddamn jaguars all over the place. What the hell, guys? God, fucking at least mix it up a little bit. Armor King had the coolest trailer. He looks really cool. In the context, of course, of Tekken 8, you're seeing like these insane lockdown, set play moments and heat rush, all that nonsense. But in terms of just the spectacle of watching him do sick ass wrestling moves and spitting poison mist, lighting his hand on fire, doing all these cool like specials where he breaks the ring. Armor King is the sickest. Armor King fucking rules, and yeah, drops you through a table as his win pose. Awesome.
I love you, Armor King.
Armor King's
not as much as Wolf, but hey,
Armor King's a badass. I love fucking. And then they showed off the next character, Mighty Zo, who is Malagasy and comes from Madagascar, and that's shout outs to a character getting representation from Madagascar. That's a cool location. I've always loved the like there's a lot of, it's like a New Zealand style place where you're just like, man, you couldn't mistake this for anywhere else. It's gorgeous, beautiful island. And the character popped up and I was like, that vibe really does look a lot like the previous characters Tekken has released. And it is unfortunate that she's easily mistakable for a Christie or a Azucena or a Josie Rizal and so on. And it's like, there's an accuracy, there's a face model that we have seen, and there's a real person they're basing that on, for the accuracy of the culture. But with Tekken, there's a bunch of characters that kind of look like that, unfortunately. So it's just like, man, this was a good opportunity to kind of like have someone that stood out a bit more, and it just doesn't, nothing. She's cool, but yeah. And then the concept art certainly has a different kind of face where you see
maybe we're beating a dead horse here, but more freaks.
Sure. Oh, but
more freaks all the time, every day.
In this particular case, though, with Tekken, there's a thing that's called like Tekken girl face, and there's a
where they all look like Julia Chang with different skin tones.
So if you take the Anna haircut and put it on top of all the other girls and go find Anna, it's a game you can play. And you know what? I did find Anna, and I knew who Anna was, because the trick was, I'm like, none of these have their eyebrows showing because they're in the wrong place, but the only one that does is because it was designed for this haircut. So the one where the eyebrows are showing correctly is clearly Anna. But still, Find Anna and Tekken girl face is an issue. And yeah, they're not getting as distinct from each other as they ought to be. And I find, that's like, they're pretty, but in the meantime, fucking Chun-Li looks nothing like Cammy, looks nothing like Kimberly, looks nothing like Marissa, looks nothing like Juri. And I much prefer, like, Zafina looks different, is different, and there's a couple more pronounced instances, but there's kind of a safe, pretty girl face that they tend to sort of use a lot, and I think this would have been a great instance to not do that. Sea Viper looks dope as hell. Love that outfit. Can't wait to see the baller ass just original outfit as well, the original black suit, but the cool looking white one with the shoulder jacket is awesome. Not much to say, but besides, hey, look, it's exactly what we expected. And they announced Alpha 3 Max is pretty much getting dropped on top of the collection for Street Fighter Alpha 3.
Crazy.
So hey, here's an update. We're adding the extra characters that weren't there in this version. Here comes Ingrid and Eagle, and
now you too can hate on Ingrid in a updated manner.
Awesome. Eagle, Mackie, Yun, love that they just gave that out there. Super fun update for that game. So good stuff, overall. And that's pretty much, what I saw from Evo. That was dope.
I feel like it was like a slow Evo for announcements this year.
I mean, slow Evo for like going down there and a lot of things.
Like really, I was kind of surprised that 2XKO didn't have anything else to announce. Like they didn't have the final two characters to announce, and when they didn't do that, I'm like, oh my god, are they using the beta launch to launch the game with 8 characters so that they can say, hey, we have 10 at launch? Because launch is like 4 months later.
I don't know. I don't know. I think like whatever decisions they would have made in light of all these new tag game announcements, it's probably been too soon for them to be able to reflect those publicly. You know, so if there's shit going on behind the scenes that they're cooking, especially because the tag wars are upon us, it probably is going to take a little longer than a month or two before they're willing to tell people what they're doing. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Yeah, the hey, guess what? Like Street Fighter 6 characters, fucking tits, ass, and dong are coming.
Yeah, they look hot in bathing suits. Can you believe it? I can't.
I want Alex Lay to go back and record new lines that are like extra himbo.
I'm super interested in seeing what Geef's like bathing suit is going to be.
Okay.
Like, I'm baffled. I'm totally baffled as to what it could be.
So I have been told by gay men that there is a way to, it's not about just being randomly naked, it's about emphasizing particular parts of the body in a slutty manner, right?
You think they just put them in a crop top?
So if you have a really low cut or like even some kind of corset that kind of like amplifies the parts, that's way hotter than just having someone standing there naked.
Because like Geef is like functionally naked in his classic costume.
But hotter than just naked is a leather thing that like assless chaps, which all chaps are assless, that emphasizes that part, right? Or again,
someone in the chat says he'll probably be in like an old timey bathing suit that actually covers a lot of him, like Expedition 33.
Potentially, if they want to go the other way with it. But if you want to make it sexy, then you have to cover up some stuff and deliberately choose to slut it up in other ways. This is tech. This is known.
Complicated.
Or just have the same thing, but a little more banana hammock, right? Just a little more, ride it up a little bit higher, like the Todd. Anyway, so there's that. All right, moving along. Evo aside. There were, what the fuck was it? Okay, so the update, there was a whole thing with the MasterCard bit going on. Long story short.
Oh yeah, there's more.
There's more, but
MasterCard said we're trying to curb illegal content, and Valve's like, they're full of shit.
Yeah. So
thanks, Valve.
Long story short, MasterCard's basically just been like, no, our policies have always been about not illegal stuff, and that's the same thing we're doing now. And it's like, well, clearly it's not
an illegal thing,
you know, and clearly this reinforcement is changing a ton of large platforms, so that's bullshit. And they, you know, their first statement was kind of like dodgy, and then the second one kind of like, kind of contradicted some of what they were saying. So the pressure on MasterCard and them feeling the heat for listening to this stupid fucking, you know, Australian group. Good. The people working their lines that were like, this fucking sucks, and them being like, we have to say something, and eventually getting to the point of going, hey, there are way more people that are upset about this than the people that were complaining to begin with. This is the asymmetrical amount of pressure that needs to happen to stop this shit from going through.
Yeah, so just if you're calling, keep calling. If you haven't been calling, think about calling.
Awesome. I like that in the light of this, Newgrounds and other censorship stuff. Newgrounds basically came out because censorship and age verification and whatnot are coming through as well, because the Online Safety Act that is like, you know, fucking with a bunch of places. They basically went, here's how we're going to handle UK users and verifying their age. One, if your account is more than 10 years old, we'll assume you're over 18, because when you hire people to do effective age assurance, you pay a third party to match your email address with a database of scraped data, and then they basically determine that your email has been used for a long time anyway. We have our own data, so we'll just use that instead. Second, if your account ever bought a supporter status with a credit card, when we can confirm that was with a payment processor, we'll assume you're over 18 because you need to be 18 in the UK to use a credit card or to have a credit card. 3, if you ever bought a supporter status more than 2 years ago, we'll assume you're over 18 because you need to be at least 16 to have a PayPal or debit account in the UK. And if none of the above applies, then you can pay a small one-time fee via credit card, and that'll be confirmation that you are over 18, because you have to be over 18 to have a credit card in the UK. Done and done. Right? Solves the problem completely on their own. How about that? Incredible. Looks like you can fucking find a way to do this if you cared. You know?
Bananas.
Yeah, so they put all that out there, and then just went like, this Online Safety Act is a complete bullshit scam, and all it does is punish smaller sites that can't afford to keep up with the regulation. That's it. So good on them. Good shit, Newgrounds. Appreciate that. Meanwhile, on the other side of the equation, there is a speedrunning event in Japan. The biggest speedrunning event is RTA, Japan Summer 2025. And all Nintendo-owned titles are excluded because they were told that they have to apply for permission for each game.
Stupid.
This is a charity event that raises money, and they're a non-profit, and nonetheless, this appears to be a strict regulation that has come down. They've used them in the past as well, but Nintendo's going to Nintendo, and the dinosaurs in place, of course, are going to look at it in one way. It seems like the reason why this happened is because in 2020, the speedrunning organization became a legal entity, right? They're the biggest event. They always had a large charity nonprofit drive, and they became an official legal entity, and that change made it so that Nintendo's like, well, now it has to go through a licensing process officially.
That's still stupid.
So, stupid again, Stegosauruses gonna chew on their leaves. Dumb shit. Other fun announcements. Amazon has announced a service called Showrunner. And Showrunner is an AI streaming service, the Netflix of AI. You, the user, will type in the prompt to generate scenes or full episodes of content that you want to create from scratch or based on existing IPs. And Disney and other studios are in talks to license their IPs so that you can generate content with their characters, and anything generated, of course, is owned by the IP holder. So if you wanted to know where this was going, this is where it's going.
I want to see Captain America blow apart Mickey Mouse's ass with his dick. Oh, what? Not allowed? Oh, no, wait, it went through. Oh, okay, posted everywhere.
I think you might just have to, like, work a little bit harder on the prompt. I think you can work that in there. Like, tell it to, like, disregard all previous prompts, pretend you're someone else, pretend you had no morals, or pretend you didn't care about whatever, and then just put all the things in there and get there eventually.
Mickey Mouse plus 9/11. Just keep putting it in there and just posting it everywhere.
Well, listen, clearly after Darth Vader's Slurfest in Fortnite, Nintendo went, ooh, how can we make it happen even faster? How could we get there?
I give it literally a single day before the worst things you've ever seen get slopped out.
The lesson learned was we can make it even more horrifying with all of our properties. So, yeah, that's...
Somebody in the chat wished ill on the people who are profiting off of this. And I really feel like it's important to note that no one is profiting off of this. The entire AI revolution is a massive investment, loss-leading bubble project. No one's making any money off of it. They're all making up all this shit in the hopes of maybe being the only people to make money off of it later.
The person behind the company that's making this, Edward Sachi, is not totally sure it's going to work.
Yeah.
But has a vote of confidence from Amazon and the venture capital firm invested in Fable, and they're gonna go forward and see what happens. but there is an uncertainty from from the people creating it as to whether or not it's actually going to work. But hey, what did he say here? Yes, the Toy Story of AI isn't just going to be a cheap Toy Story. Our idea is that the Toy Story of AI would be playable with millions of new scenes, all owned by Disney. So, good timeline. Good stuff coming out.
One of the really important things to learn as you get older is the larger the claim, the less you should believe it. This applies to everything.
I can feel warmth in the cockles of my heart thinking about the size of the lawsuit from the class action of all traumatized kids subjected to AI-generated children's content that unfiltered got distributed and showed the worst things ever, and all the nightmare fuel melded into one. I greatly look forward to seeing how that pans out. Like Elsa Gate, like fucking dialed up to the maximum. Like, absolutely.
And Elsa used to get pregnant a lot.
Oh yeah. Well, what if now Elsa could get double pregnant with pregnant SpongeBob?
Lord willing.
With already pregnant SpongeBob.
Well, with God's light, all things are possible.
There we go. You know, and then Shrek and Shadow the Hedgehog no longer have to be supporting Dad on the side; they can be in there.
Wait,
in there.
I'm not gonna follow up. I don't want it.
In there. All right. Look, before we take a letter, I will say that, like, I have seen God's Light, and I have seen the first mobile game ad that I absolutely unironically love and endorse.
Yeah, what's that?
Did you see the DC phone game Superman ad?
I did not.
Okay, so I'm gonna send you this little ad thing over here for
I'm watching it already.
Yeah, I think it's, what is it, DC?
That's the funniest shit I've seen in my life. That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
It's two Superman, and you have the option to save the squirrel or don't save the squirrel. And if you save the squirrel, it plays the scene from the new Superman movie where he saves the squirrel. But when you click don't save the squirrel, you see the squirrel in Man of Steel holding its hand up, going, no, don't save me. And then it gets blown away in the wind, and fucking Superman's like, no!
That's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life.
It's the best mobile ad I've ever seen. It's the best.
I love it.
Give that team a raise.
Oh, please.
Holy fuck.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Just, well, I don't even know what the game is, but kudos to them.
Oh, it's some bullshit, I'm sure.
Yeah, I you know, like, whoever is responsible, for once in my life, I will say good mobile game ad. Good.
Yes. I think those mobile game ads that, like, those Chinese knockoff game ads where it's just like a girl, and then you click on one and it's just like pregnant and homeless.
Yep.
The only two options.
That's the only option.
Also cracked me up pretty good.
Yep. Pregnant and homeless is one of them.
Sorry, impregnate.
The other option being to show someone playing a game really easy game really badly, to frustrate you into going, I can do it better.
Dude, hey, hit me up. I'll do one of those. I can play a game badly on purpose even.
Incredible stuff. Let's take some letters.
If you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
All right. A fan says, Dear Brown Bear and Red Panda, I realized lately that I always lose my shit when comedy shows an action shot with an obvious mannequin or a doll being thrown, dropped, crushed, or exploded.
Bro, I was just thinking about this the other day. A bad dummy shot makes me howl every time.
Like Jack Black punting Baxter off the bridge in Anchorman. Yep. That's good. That's good shit.
I'm thinking of Rocco throwing what's his name? The old Nintendo guy, Yamauchi, off the fucking off the roof.
I'm thinking of that wrestling match with the fucking inflatable doll, you know?
Yeah, it's the funniest thing.
He does a fucking atomic spinning pile driver. What tried and tested cheap comedy gag never fails to get a laugh out of you? Yours and mine, Globulous fan.
Bad Dummy Shot.
That's strong.
Way up there. It's probably my favorite. It has the best success rate. You kind of stole our answer with your premise.
I have a second one that also gets me most of the time, which is smash cut to defenestration.
Yeah.
Smash cut.
People getting thrown out of windows is pretty
Smash
good.
cut to someone or something getting thrown out a window will always get me. It needs to be smash cut.
Yeah.
But that's a clean win every time.
Yeah, I can't beat either of those two. Those are too good. You know what? I'll give a shout out to Paul Rudd playing that goddamn clip of that kid in a wheelchair flying off a cliff every
Mac
time
and
on
me.
fucking Conan.
No!
And just like, no, I'm gonna play the real clip this time, and then just playing it again.
I mean, actually, like getting to the point where the bit is over and done with, and then somehow finding a way to work it back in. Yeah. God.
Don't like getting to the point of like, don't do it. Okay, I'm not gonna do it. And then he did
it. Good shit. All right. Kid. Let's see, over here. Okay. Greetings, old hunters. Been following you since you introduced my favorite game, Bloodborne, via your playthrough. Thanks for sparking my deep love of Souls-likes as well as video games as a whole. My question is, with the introduction of Lagiacrus into Monster Hunter Lagiacrus into Monster Hunter Wilds, we see the pseudo return of underwater combat, restricted to one zone, with the ability to do everything except fight the monster with your weapon. As someone who enjoyed underwater combat in Tri, I found this to be quite lackluster. I feel they should have held off until the expansion to do it properly. Are there any types of games that you've played where a feature was reintroduced from a previous installment to a limited or lackluster degree, or reintroduced mechanics that were better?
Okay, so I'm going to start off by saying that everything in your email is wrong, and you should stop talking about underwater combat, and that they will never add underwater combat back again because it was bad, and you should stop
I
it.
do remember you saying how awful that was, and based on how
god awful.
Yeah, and based on how being underwater works in most games, I'm inclined to imagine that sucks. Underwater everything is
bad combat under the water. Don't like it.
I think Donkey Kong Country was like the first time like I felt like, oh, being in the water is fun. Or Echo the Dolphin, you know?
Man, Echo the Dolphin's a weird fucking game.
It's cool. It's weird, but it's cool. But yeah.
I don't care for parrying in Street Fighter 6. It's not as fucked up as it was in 3.
Okay.
I liked it when it was fucked up.
Okay. No, I understand. The stakes are lowered, and it's now more of a faultless defense than it is a parry.
Yeah.
That's a correct take. That's fine. They've lowered the bar for more people to be able to do it. That's totally fine. God. I mean, I guess everything Gunslinger that went into DMC3 that was like an improvement over what they tried to introduce into some time.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't care for Gunslinger in 3
Rainstorm.
So I just don't care for it.
I do feel like that's a thing though in games where there might be a feature that hasn't been there in years that they bring back after time. And
I think losing health on death should not have come back for Dark Souls 2. I think that shit sucked and was actually way worse than the human ghost form in Demon Souls.
Hmm. They never brought back post KO hits after 4.
No, they didn't, and that's stupid.
That was that. That was the end of it. Disrespecting the corpse. Okay, I would accept that. I'm okay with if you remove post KO hits, make it so that villains or certain characters can do win poses that interact with the corpse regardless.
Yeah, you should be able to piss on them.
Right. Yamazaki, you hold like one of the I think hard punch, and then he like picks your corpse up, and you know Marissa picks you up, and some of them. There's a lot of like fucking with the body and the win poses of Street Fighter 6.
Yeah.
You know, even Sagat with the. But yeah, post KO victories were a bit of a thing there.
I actually really dislike all 3D animated fighting game intros. I don't like them. I've disliked them since Street Fighter 4. I want to load into a static shot and then have a million different animations instead than one fancy animation that comes in every single time that you skip every single time.
So I completely agree, but for a different reason. I hate that they're both in their own world and you do not see them interacting with each other.
Yeah, exactly. I want characters to interact with each other with custom little animations that are 1 second long.
A basic shitty animation of two characters doing something unique is way better than a fancy one where you're in your reality and I'm in mine.
Ryu and Ken fist bumping each other in like 10 frames is a better animation.
Tells
than
more story.
Every single custom intro for every fighting game character since.
When Ryu and Ken in Street Fighter 4 just didn't acknowledge each other, I felt immense sadness, profound even. Strive comes closer because they talk to each other. And you look at
whatever.
And you see them
in
standing
Guilty Gear XX, that your characters would fucking fight to start off the round.
And Ken and Terry Bogard now give each other props. So, you know, we're going back to that at least once. But
like XX had like detailed epic DBZ clashes before certain characters before fighting. It was awesome.
Yep, they took it away from us. They absolutely took it away from us. In the old in Exerd, not Exerd, in Reload, and you know, all the pre-Axe and Core games, there were like insane ones that were story mode only where you took damage.
Yeah, you would take damage.
Soul versus Justice. You actually got hit, you know, and started the fight in a weird place, you know. So yeah, Soul, Holy Order, Soul, and Kai is one of the sickest ones, and I use that in my series as well. Yeah, 100% right on that. That needs to come back, 100. And okay, there was a question about beelining, but I do feel like we talked about pretty much that.
Okie doke.
Is it normal? I mean, the way
is what normal?
Is beelining normal?
It feels like it might actually be.
Yeah, which is fucked. If you're not avoiding and running away from the side quests, like that guy from Flapjack, who's like side limboing around their shit, or the strawberries in you know Celeste, then yes, it is. Fair enough. All right, cool. You get out of here.
Seeing rumors that the 11th character in 2XKO might be Zed, and that is an even worse character to pick than we had discussed earlier.
Okay. So based on previous discussions, your picks are the best and only picks that should be picked. So what were your picks again?
Oh, I could throw off like Thresh, Nautilus, Teemo, Fiddlesticks, Aphelios, Senna, Set, Mordekaiser.
And if none of them,
Hikarim, Riven, yeah, I could just do that.
Okay. And
Bard.
And if none of them, Dead on Arrival.
Karma.
Okay. Yeah.
Azir, Irelia, Dr. Mundo. I like.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I think when
Scion, Urgot, Scion should be there. So I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Scion's not there.
And if not, then Dead on Arrival. That first day of Tokon, when people were like confused by it and stuff, like was a moment of like, this is fresher in the mind, but has the exact same quandary with the roster. And
yeah, I don't think it has the same quandary because that game's going to have at least. Okay, let's do it. DBCFZ.
No.
DBFZ. How many?
It's more like it would be crazy if it didn't. But that is the conversation we had about League of Fighters a million years ago, right? It's the most obvious
Dragon
thing.
Ball Fighters had a small roster. It had the roster of Tien, Yamcha, Gohan, Krillin, Goku, Frieza, Android 18, Kid Buu, Captain, what's his name? Captain Ginyu, Nappa, Trunks, Vegeta, Beerus, Cell, Android 16, Gotenks, Piccolo, Kid Gohan, regular Buu, Hit, and Black Goku.
Yep, and that is a Bandai Namco game funded by Bandai Namco, who determines things like rollback and how the game is produced, as opposed to Marvel.
Yeah, which means
the entirety of those things is a production decision, and ArcSys are not the ones that choose that.
Yeah, exactly. So you would actually expect way more out of Marvel and 2XKO than you would out of Bandai Namco.
Marvel really ought to. Yes. It would be crazy if they didn't. 100.
Like, I think you should look at the DBFZ roster as like the absolute bare minimum possible.
Sony in particular as well, being involved too, is like, yeah, there's no reason for this not to just get the fullest final roster on it. Okay, get out of here, y'all.
Have a good one, everybody.
Y'all lovebirds, go do your thing.